Section 14 of The Dark Mother by Waldo Frank. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, Part 2. In a way so gradual and smooth he had no heed. Life was going well with David. He was relaxed before all its elements that met him. His mind, instead of sallying out to measure and contest each meeting with reality and to reduce it in vassalage of his own subjective world, reseated now within itself and what it found disguised, remolded into consonance with the world meeting him. His easy acquiescence in Constance Bardale's sense of their relation brought him reward which his new mood could value. The delusion of love was rent away, remained the reality of passion, to be accepted or denied. He was in no mood for denial. Tacitly he let slip all he had dreamed of woman, all he had dreamed of love. He had no thought of a next coming step with Constance. He was not open to surprise or worry. He was calm, contained. He was the very lover she desired. And proud of his success, proud of his conquest of one whom a naïve part of him still found miraculous and remote. At her parties now he fell back into a silence and reserve of a different meaning. He knew himself the secret master. The homage of her guests to Constance was homage to him. Men feeling for her with tense nerves, warm eyes, women seeking her secret in her words and gestures, envying her power, glad to share in its largesse and pick up the aroused senses of the men that she sent retreating from her, was incense to David. He could afford to recline away from the conversation. He could dare outstay the last of the guests and hold her one moment in his arms, drink in one draught of the wine of the evening's excitement upon her lips before he left her also. He did not see her too often. She saw to that. She had a tact and a control that were artistry, and a consciousness of this that made her jealous of her standards, steeled her against lowering them, filled her with a firm discipline of pleasure. She designed the mingling of their lives, with restraint and omission, with emphasis and grace of color. David breathed the well-being that must rise from any poise of forces. He had the comfort of the part in an harmonious whole. Now this well-being wreathed forth into the other, the deeper phases of his world. He moved toward a different attitude in his work downtown. Here the violent yet canny preachments of Tom helped also. The weak man, Tom said, stays in business and yet despises it, so that the one end of business, success, escapes him. Of course, I'm not now talking of the mediocre fool who respects business as he is told to and ekes out his pittance blacking the other fellow's boots. You are beyond that, Davy, but there is another sort of fool, a more intelligent sort, the man who sees through business, despises it, and therefore muffs it. He is unreasonable also. If he can't stand business, let him clear out. If he decides to stay in, he is a fool not to win. One must, of course, despise business. One must know that it is the scramble of rather lowly evolved and very greedy persons. One should be conscious of the gullibility and venality of bankers, of the wastefulness of manufacturers, of the opaqueness of middlemen. It should be clear to you that the elements that lift up the Rockefellers and the Morgans and the Hills are chiefly the single-mindedness of the stupid, the unimaginative, and the dishonest. But what sort of a fool is it, David, who, being aware of these inferior forces, permits himself to be worsted by them? That seems to me an altogether illogical conclusion. It seems to me that just this knowledge should make the knower come out on top. In other words, the man who has brains enough to despise business should be the successful businessman. Not himself, but the mediocrities should become the victims of his disgust. Therefore, David, through the very clarity of your vision into the nature of affairs, you must master them. God, man, would you be anywhere save on top of such a muck heap? Tom had not failed to help make David's vision clear. As he said, law is pander to all of business's ugly lusts. I ought to know the system's filthiness, if anyone. David took these tirades with a grain of salt. He was convinced of the quixotic extravagance in Tom's idealism. Yet the essence of his teaching must be right. David believed he knew this now. Business was indeed a scramble in life's gutters for food, the unfortunate way men had of getting their bread. But what was one to do? There was the bread in the muddy gutter. Plenty of it, plenty to go round. Tom had assured him that the economists who said no were slaves of the scramblers. Let him just read Kropotkin. Production was in a state of wasteful anarchy, but men had somehow preferred to ship their fair food from the fields where it grew and drop it in the filth of a million scurrying feet in the gutters that were rutted and befouled by years of greedy commotion. Here they preferred to fight for it like pigs, nosing to a trough, to expend their energies and debase their spirits for its hoarding and for the depriving of others. It must all have been in some way deeply needful, else why should this idiotic condition have arisen? Why should the simpler way not have been found by which all men might have what they needed to eat, expend the rest of their forces in higher works? This was the rule. David must scramble along. The one danger, said Tom, is not to understand. The one degradation is to exalt this pother, to make a noble thing out of the job of earning one's living. The cult of business. You see it everywhere. Men must worship. It is easier to worship low than high. All this was sound enough, thought David. On his way down Wall Street to and from his office, he saw a spectacle strangely near the gutter metaphor of Tom. David remembered how this sight had at first aroused him, how quickly it had become an unnoticed feature of that downtown world, so that if he had missed it in rain or in snow, he should have known that a great dislocation had come upon the temple. It was the sight of the curb brokers. There they stood, crowding the broad street with their bodies, clamoring the air with their cries and their scurried gestures. David went close to watch them, for they were a thick knot. On the street they were like a swarm of bugs overrunning a lump of refuse in a road. To distinguish more than the blotch of their thronging and the low drone of their noise from which sharp voices pierced, one had to bring near one's face. David saw now that they were mostly young men, rather shabbily dressed, since they must be prepared for every weather and for any scrimmage, with sharp faces, very red or very pale, in constant motion. Their eyes started, their mouths worked, they dashed notes in little books, thrust forth hands above the gesticulating mass, and spun away to other knots of the buffet, with hats over ears and upturned collars. They looked up at the high windows. There, perched half outwards in rows, were other men, behind ranks of telephones that they perpetually shrilled in and thrust from them. They leaned out with contorted fingers, signaled to their colleagues below. Hands jutted from the crowd, fingers twirled, answering signals. They used the language of the deaf and dumb. If David had not heard the incessant burr of their voices above the shuffle of their feet, he might have taken them for deaf mutes. A same something strained and unquickened about the muscles of their throats and jaws, which he had noticed in deaf mutes. He understood that only by signs and battle calls could they, in the street, and the men perched in the windows, carry on their communications. He admired their adroitness. The disturbance rose and fell, had its hours of thick frenzy and its streaks of deliquescence, but it was unending. David had learned that the curb brokers dealt in securities not listed in the new exchange that stood like a temple beyond the turmoil of the street. No other difference, so he knew these solemn walls were hypocrites. Within them older men, better clad, better paunched, buffeted, and bid and bounced. At times, he was told, floored each other, blackened eyes, broke noses. All one, the naked and the canopied gutter, the scrimmage under sky and the scrimmage under marble. Buildings tiered and teemed, and in each cranny a fight. With polite tricks men plotted and plundered, swung the whole of their vast might of concentrated work into the anarchy of distribution, to the end of deflecting from its even channels the sap of toil to their own bellies. Scrambling masters and myriad slaves who had not even the grace of scrambling for themselves. David saw how he was in a jungle, a high and splendid jungle, whose call to the hunt the minds of men had made complex and beautiful, but had by no jot lessened. On the high seas and in far countries they wrangled with fire and steel. In the curbs of the city they wrangled with their bodies. Elsewhere they wrangled with sinuous thrusts of their brains, deceit of their mouths. But everywhere they were at a single sterile game. David had been willing to accept Tom's symbol for it all, that black swarm of men blotching the canyoned street, the brokers at the curb. He knew it for what it was. Now David was beginning to see by a new light, to find different colors. Immersed in the struggle himself, he found that it had its appeal, like any contest, its occasions for fun and romance, its release of the generous and the brave from the welter of uglier instincts. The strange thing about Tom was that he kept the attitude of the outsider. Perhaps therein lay his strength, the element of caution and command above the battle. But if David knew from his boyhood what a terrible thing it was to watch two men beat each other in the street, he knew as well that what a thrilling thing it was if he were one of the beaters, beyond pain and reason altogether, given up to the ecstasy of beating. So now, however arbitrary the rules, wasteful the blows, and trivial the ends, there was a pleasure in this clinch of wits, a catching curve to this conflict. The glamour might come, as Tom insisted, from the prodigious expense of will and energy in those who struggled together, but glamour it was. Was all glory on earth the glory merely of him who could see glory? David moved to his new poise in the world on wings within him, like the wings of a seed. He was part of that spring. He would bud with it. He too sought sustenance for his green shoots, his frail flowers. His affair with Constance shed mellowness like a sun. His relation with Tom inspired at once a taste for mastery and the need of seeking it elsewhere, since to Tom he was subject. In the particular detail of finding his life downtown an exciting game, there was his new chief, the credit man, Mr. Christopher Barlow. A little gray-haired man, with blue eyes sparkling, a silent man who seemed unconcerned with giving him the most perfunctory explanations of the work he expected him to do. "How the devil can I give satisfaction if Mr. Barlow declines to show me how?" said David to himself, and looked at Mr. Barlow, and found he was not near so ill at ease as the occasion called for. Mr. Barlow did not ignore him. His eyes dwelt on David, reticent, timidly, as if he feared to intrude even with his eyes. But it was no professional attention. The embargo was strict on business. David had his desk. What should he do with it? He pondered long, since there was nothing swift in David at all. He resolved to take matters into his own hands. "I'm here," he decided. "I have to do something here. I'll look about." He began to eye, finally to study files, to go through ponderous credit lists, to decipher by the process of comparison the marks he found against the names of customers. He read the classified papers on Mr. Barlow's desk, those on the wicker trays before the stenographer filed them. Mr. Barlow saw him prowling. David was quite sure the sharp, kind face lighted up and the eyes twinkled. Mr. Barlow blew a sluggish ring of smoke from his cigar into the air, thrust through it with his pencil, and exclaimed, "I got you," to the ring, cryptically enough. Yet it was such behavior that limited David's discomfort. Mr. Barlow seemed quite manifestly pleased. He would go on prowling. This continued for several weeks. His uncle burst into their office with rustle of spread papers flying about him like sails. He made for Mr. Barlow's desk without noticing David. "Oh, Mr. Barlow, I wonder can you help me in this matter of Den and Penny? You know they have sued for that fall shipment. Yes, of course, the shipper is responsible, but it's a complex case. Whereabouts do we stand as to the next 10 years should we decide to compromise?" Mr. Barlow made a coordinated reach for papers that were carefully set away in different drawers. At the same time he rang for his secretary as he took a pad and began annotating. "File C9, Dan and Penny, Miss Lohman," he said, and was at work. Mr. Dean was doubtless aware of the dispatch of his Mr. Barlow. He did not seat himself. He stood there patiently waiting. He hummed a tune and beat time to it with the tip of pencil on Mr. Barlow's desk. With a cloudy gaze he took in the cluttered room and David in the corner, then suddenly was lost in contemplation of the ceiling. "Here you are, Mr. Dean." His uncle was startled as if from a reverie. It was an effort to take his gaze from the fly-specked ceiling down to the pad of paper with its squad of figures. Yes, said Mr. Dean as he studied the array. Mr. Barlow gave him sufficient time to study the report. Then, "There are 2 human elements besides," he said. "Faraday is an erratic salesman. He may possibly lose us the account." Mr. Dean nodded thoughtfully. "And on the credit page," continued Mr. Barlow, "their new treasurer, Klumberg, is a man of intelligent imagination. His investment in Dan and Penny means confidence, and his presence there means improvement. He is the sort of man who may be guided toward us by this very matter." Mr. Barlow was silent. Mr. Dean stood a moment rigid in speculation. Then he relaxed. He had found his decision. Very good, very good. Thank you, Mr. Barlow. It is a good risk." He turned to go. He paused at the door. His face was relieved of his stern cloud. In the wreathing of his mood, his eyes wreathed also and took in David, this time not as a part of the office's equipment, but as a young man in whom he had an interest. "By the way, Mr. Barlow," he had David in his eye, "how goes our young rascal? Is he behaving himself?" "He is making progress." Mr. Dean chuckled a bit with his big stomach and disappeared. David was bewildered. He had not been sure that Mr. Barlow had noticed him at all, much less observed if he was making progress. He thought the best way to hide his rather uncomfortable pleasure was by burying it in a litter of accounts where personal data concerning tobacco dealers, their wives and their habits, mingled fantastically with cold figures. But of one thing David was already sure. He was groping confidently in a labyrinth of business detail to whose end he had been offered no key and no direction. He was assistant to a man that ordered him and asked him nothing whatsoever. Yet he liked that man immensely, and he observed to his surprise that he was working harder than he had ever worked. He was soon to know that also he was learning faster. There was in the queer antics of Mr. Barlow a design. In a tacit way he had been set to a test. In a hidden way he was being watched. Business was a brighter thing. He came each morning to his work with his nerves tingling. He was eager to plunge in and pull out more prizes of knowledge. Since the standard of Mr. Barlow was so dim, David put it high and worked the harder to attain it, put it at the height of himself. Then the business of his office dawned on him as a mystery no longer. He seemed to know where he was and whither he was going. The mists were lifting. There was a pleasant terrain under his feet. Mr. Barlow said no word, but David felt like swinging his arms. Evidently, even this secret impulse was no secret to Mr. Barlow. "Mr. Markand," David startled. As he got up from his little desk, he felt as if he were at the beginning of a race he had long prepared for. Mr. Barlow handed him a batch of papers. "Make a report on this," and resumed his silence. David went back to his corner, his hands a-tremble, as if he held at once a testimonial of merit and a maze of magic words he must by some fantastic grace decipher. Would he prove equal to the test? He looked at what was in his hands. With difficulty he focused his eyes and read. He seemed to know. Very slowly, step by step, he followed. All the papers he had surveyed, all the correspondence left by accident, he wondered, on Mr. Barlow's desk, swung now into line like an army of reserves to help him. He met his battle. He was half dazed by his ability to advance against these intricate problems. He gained confidence as he moved. After an hour's work, "Mr. Barlow," he said, as if he had said the same thing a score of times before, "I shall have to make a couple of visits for this report. I must go to the stores and—" He dangled. "Well, then, why don't you start?" In the relief he had of the answer, David knew the depth of hesitance that there had been in his announcement. He went and succeeded. He was a little amused to find in himself that he liked every one he met in his visits, and that despite this fact his report was unfavorable. Mr. Barlow made no comment at all. It must have been an easy one, said David to himself, but he realized that he had had a bully time. He was winning his spurs. Occasionally now Mr. Barlow broke his silence in the unobtrusive way with which he kept it. David was bewildered at his chief's understanding of him. He had an uncanny way of choosing subjects for chance observation that came close home. "Could you find anything more human," he once asked, "than this job of ours? Yet it deals with the cold matter of financial credits. The point is, Mr. Markand, there is no such animal as the cold matter of financial credits. There's human warmth, human smartness, human weakness everywhere. You can just bet there's never another thing. You know it in a play of Shakespeare, don't you? Get to know it in this play, and you'll have fun." Mr. Barlow indeed seemed to have fun. "Well," he greeted David, "ready this morning to sail the Spanish Main? Let's see, He was slicing his mail from one hand to another, as one does with a pack of cards. "Let's see what's on deck today." It was hard to guess. How old was Mr. Barlow? His short-cropped hair was uniformly graying. It had been black. It was now neither black nor gray. He was clean-shaven. David noticed 2 wide, deep folds pleating the cheeks of his generous, long face. But the air of Mr. Barlow was young. David did observe a certain resoluteness in his good humor, a consistency perhaps too nurtured. At times, when his eyes wandered from his work and he sat there rigid, slowly beating his hands from the supported wrist upon the table as if to some inner rhythm, David saw a gathering sadness in his eyes. Before it could spread to the rest of his face, Mr. Barlow routed it. He got up. He walked up and down. His little body had the lithe quickness of morning. He shrugged his sharp shoulders quite as he did when he smiled. The sadness was gone. It could not be long before this new bloom of contentment reached where Tom and David stood looking at each other. It was come and working over him, as does all bloom, subtly hidden away in the slow hours, swift alone in the achievement and perhaps in the passing, a thrust here of green, a burst there of bud, the alternate warm cradling of sun and shadow. He was alone in his room. By breaking early from his work, he overtook the long rays of the sun of afternoon, pointing across his window into the east where the night rose. He squatted on the floor with crossed legs, arms folded. He stayed unmoved and let his thoughts swirl about his gladness like birds circling a lighthouse. Swift shadows were his thoughts against the tower of his vision. David saw he was alive and felt it good. Surely life was a miracle none could explain. Surely to approach the miracle was to confess it, bask in the glow of knowing life unknowable. He had a vision of the world of men and children and mothers, endless millions massing down the ages. All of them had eyes upturned, had eyes and lips full of prayer. All of them were on their knees. All the men and mothers and children of all ages were praying before the miracle of life. He thought of science, he thought of Darwin, of the makers of systems and machines, of the weavers of dogmas and rules. He knew that all these were parts of the miracle of, and somehow good. But what did they know, and what did their saying amount to? Could one of them explain what and why life was? The ecstasy of this teeming, whirling earth, flung like a fleck of dust upon the whirlwind of countless worlds that, in their turn, lifted a shred of flimsy scarf on the tempest of unending space. They could not explain. Their absorption in some speck of knowledge ended alone in this, that they forgot they could not explain. So lost the one approach they might have had to the ecstasy of life. Their little speck of knowledge blotted their vision. David sat thrilling with the thought of this adventure, this greatest of surprises. He was alive. He seemed large in his vision, strong. He realized that Tom did not have this vision. He felt himself larger and stronger than Tom. He felt tender toward him for this. He forgave him everything, since everything was trivial to this, that he was stronger than Tom and loved him, and must therefore care for him. Out of the dim vision of all life, there crystallized for David a vision clear and single of his relationship with Tom. But in its superb folly, never could it have been engendered save for the truth of David's wanderings among the stars. So he was really stronger than his friend, and he had been unjust with misunderstanding. There were discrepancies of words and action, dubious things in Tom. Then let him, out of his overflowing strength, observe them. Tom said to him, "You are my one real friend. You must believe that. And whatever I may say or do with others to deflect me, to you I am the truth." Tom said these things often because often puzzlement was in David and doubt near. Tom said to him, "Your standard of me, David, is a great injustice. Its height is unfair. I am not strong, David. I am weak. I admit all the hateful things you see in me when we go out together. A sort of drunkenness quivers through me. I have to say clever things. I have to please. I have to control. Damn it, man, you don't despise it half so well as I. But, Davy, I'm not like that, am I? When we are alone, why won't you judge me by my real self? Tell me, do you judge anything else when it is hidden and sick?" Tom said to him, "You didn't like the way I was today with Dirthel." "Oh, my dear fellow, it was plain enough. It was written all over you. My only wonder was what poor old Lars was thinking. What a dear black grouch you can be, Davy. Well, why should I not be cordial to Lars? Why should I not pay as much attention to him as I wish, and more than I do to my best friend? Yes, my best friend whom I ignored. I know that, Davy. In company I do not need to pay attention to you. You are not part of company. If I ignored you, logically, I have you alone. And if in yourself you do not know the difference in the way I feel toward yourself and toward silly, empty-headed Dirthel, do not expect me to make it clear with a room full of fellows, because I won't. Do you think Dirthel empty-headed? You know he has just enough stupidity to make an intelligent professor of Swedish drill. And Darby Lund? Lund has talent, David. Whether he will ever amount to a thing as a painter is another thing. I doubt it. He is a bit mad, you know, nurtures all the nonsense of his will with a great pride instead of trampling it under, as a true artist should. What I am trying to help him toward is knowledge of the folly of extravagance and wildness in so sober a calling as art. But you are wild with him, Tom. You talk nonsense and you act nonsense as I've never seen you do with anyone else. If I didn't meet him on his own ground, what chance would I have of drawing him off it? Really, Davy, you are a joke. Are you very fond of him also? Not also, and not either. I'm interested in Darby's hopeless talent, and in Dirthel's efficient helplessness. They both believe, I'm sure, that you are devoted to them. Well, they are devoted to me. Why should I not let them think what gives them pleasure? Do I harm them? Does what I let them think harm you? David often wondered if each believed himself Tom's only friend. But now he knew these doubts unworthy. He had a strength with which to exercise them. He knew that he was the real friend. He knew that Tom was not altogether conscious of his motives with such friends as Lund and Dirthel. The truth was he loved power, loved the nearness of those over whose minds he was ascendant. Unconsciously he fed to each a subjecting mental and emotional food. This was but one of the details of Tom's curious character, David now understood. The truth was indeed that Tom could be insincere, deeply so. Never. His insincerity was superficial. It could come into play the world over. It went like a mist before the sun of their friendship. David must learn a difficult thing, to believe his friend when he spoke truth, to be unshaken when he scattered counterfeits. Was not the reason plain enough? Tom was sensitive beyond measure. As no one else, he felt the scorn of life, the scorn of human imperfection. Among the false works of man he had to move about, to hunt and earn his living. Tom's passionate disgust for the law, how his too fine sensibilities were agonized by the law's lying ugliness, so that his native pleasure in its practice went and he had no eyes for the law's better side. Or if he did have pleasure in the game, and he must while he played it, how quick it died away before the soreness of his nerves. Tom could not admit of the need of life's imperfections, not face the imperfections in himself. Yes, that was it. When these imperfections called for their hour of air, they simply cast the real Tom out where he would not interfere. That was why the love of power and applause, when it did come to Tom, came like intoxication, overwhelmed him so that David looked in vain for his scornful and uncompromising friend. Now David would look in vain no longer. In the very perfection of Tom's worldliness, he saw the measure of his contempt. As if Tom said, "Here, my fools, you want me to dazzle you and play you. You shall have your fill. You have no interest in my real thoughts, my real self. You shall have no peep at them. The more now Tom hid himself, the more David found him. All this David discovered for himself. All this and many conversations, hinted or thrust sharply in, Tom had been preparing him to think. Tom and an April sun upon the seed of himself. David glowed. What marvel, what difference there could be in the same things. His cable car flung, grating, shrieking on the corner, an adventurous jest which once was an ugly jolt against the tempo of his way. The city, the miraculous city, no trees, no fresh sod greening, and ailanthus bursting here and there through cracks, grey cold in the pavements, but men and women in the streets. Now he saw what teeming creatures these were, the streets and their women. Streets and women big with laughter and children, teeming streets, teeming women. It was hard to recall how dead he had been that winter. It was hard to recall the streets. Grey, mournful fissures they were, cracks by the cold upon the flint of a barren star, ruts in the crust of a dead world. Upon them the chill refuse of chaos was cast down. Soiled, snow-soiled creatures, they crawled from their crannies and overran them. They bore in their eyes the sign of exile in chaos. Now different streets, budding, teeming streets, different himself glowing through packed streets. Women sat in shawls on the house steps, doors opened into reeking, into pregnant darkness, children in rags among filth of gutters, horses rattling their carts through laughter of children. Mothers had grey long breasts, they held them to sweet red lips. Mothers had shrill words, they spoke love. High noon came on the precocious sun of spring and clarified the crevices of filth between the Belgian blocks. Odors rose to the sun, not sweet like the smells of earlier springs, and yet no spring was fertile like this spring. No stir of field with young grass, with young flowers, with margin of maples ruddy in hard buds, keen in the glint of birds. David lived. David for a moment saw with his eyes how his eyelids were shut down against them. David saw. Blackness, ultimate texture of all colors, light. A world of infinite color, infinite flesh, himself within the world, himself carried within it, through it, himself of the breakless tissue of the world, flesh of sweet smells, sweet odors, sweet fluids, flesh altogether and altogether about him, he altogether touching all flesh and all. David knew through his shut eyes walking the world how he was carried within a world of ceaseless substance, how he was substance within it, how his moving and knowing through flesh was spirit. He walked, he worked, he ate. He had a woman's body. He earned the bread of a man. He held the love of a friend. Flesh, all, and is moving through flesh, is moving through infinite immersion, through the night, through the world of flesh. Spirit and dawn, his eyes were shut, but his mouth was open. David saw with his mouth, and though he knew not he had seen, there was within him, there would be now for evermore within him, life of a vision. The world was a dark mother. The night of the miracle of worlds was flesh and was a mother. She moved in infinite directions, an infinite path. She was moveless, and he within her, moving with the world toward the movelessness of birth. David was unborn, but his mouth sucked vision. Sucking the night sucked vision. He slept again, slept long, slept years, but he lived. David and Tom came back from dinner. They sat together for a last smoke in their room. The world they willed came to be. David lit his pipe. It was the one smoke that gave him comfort. Tom sat gloomy, nervous, flicking his cigarette until he had destroyed it, lighting another. He tore open his collar as if he needed air. He whistled the last half of a tune, stopped, met David's eyes, and broke from the strain of their mutual discovery by jumping up and gazing into the night. David did not budge. The room was filled with a strange restraint. Somewhere a struggle was, in which his mind grappled against a sinuous opponent. Why did he have to struggle even with his friend for the friend he wanted? He was sick of struggle. Was not all struggle a lie? Life was work enough. There was no repose even in strength. There was no repose even in pleasure. David thought of Constance. Yes, even there was work, was respite in weakness. David doubted, seeing Tom, thinking of the pelt of his wit, the curves of his mind striving for attention in death. Tom was back of his chair, standing above him. He put his hands about David's neck, drew them close. "What are you thinking?" David was silent. Tom's hands drew closer. "I could choke you," he said, "if it weren't that the cigarette smoke gets in my eyes." They laughed together. David was sure he understood. Tom would change. Tom must change. When Tom changed, it would have been by David's help. Meantime, he must abide by him, not tire and watch, for David could not easily endure the ways of his friend. He might well know what they meant. He need not, therefore, deny his unhappiness before them. Yet unhappiness must be too heavy a word. Discomfort, rather. The base of a friendship such as this between them must be happiness, for the base was solid. David knew little how he built on this. Without faith in Tom's absolute fidelity to him, Tom's infidelities to himself and to the world must have been insufferable. But with this faith, all the rest of Tom, his excuses, his associates, his excesses, were urgent reasons why David could not turn from him, must come closer. Tom said, "You are my best friend. With you I am the truth." This was the law whereby David took him. All else Tom said, Tom did, was in its very contrast emphasis of the truth. All else could by it be redeemed and solved. Let the law, however, not be shaken. What if the law was an invested fort he had at times to defend against misgivings, against Tom's own behavior? Was he not full of an unuttered life that invested contradictions? David's contentment was unshakable. It took to itself all hesitant things, made them over. He wanted to feel that with him, as with Tom, the truth lay clearest in their lives together. How was he so different? In business, with Constance, he also had his sophistries and abdications. He took pride now in this kinship. He gave an added spell to the haven of their friendship, where they withdrew from a falsetto world to the lone reach of the truth. Soon David forgot the hushings altogether that were needed to create this haven. Subsided were his doubts with Tom, his blanchings when they drew close, the lack of visible background to their friendship. It was strange. Their friendship was deep, yet what vistas had it leading back to a common source? What forward avenues of life? It was full of fire, this friendship, yet where was its warmth? It was needful to him, yet what rest had he of it? David, who had sucked vision, could forget. End of Chapter 10, Part 2. Section 15 of The Dark Mother by Waldo Frank. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Constance Bardale had left early that spring for Europe. David could not say that he really missed her. He had great pleasure in looking back upon the reality of them together, a certain satisfaction in the prospect of her return in the fall. He was not prompted to wish to hasten that return. He did not know if this was missing her. He was like the warming weather. He had his days of retrogression, even of chill, when his mood was overcast and moist. But there was ever the underlying progress into summer. All of him seemed opening. All of him was turned towards some generous source of energy within that made him fresh and green. He was resilient with growth. The squanderies of the world had no effect on this deep calm of his state. He moved in rhythm and with no jarring upward. Even so does a flower, despite the crust and the stone it must push through. The observer might have deemed him motionless, a poor observer who could have said the same thing of the flower. He had said good-bye to Constance naturally enough. That was the most delightful thing about her. She compelled candour. She moved among hat-boxes and deranged chairs draped with flowing garments. "David, I hope you won't be bored without me. Come, good-bye. You'd better run along. You'll only be in the way when Aunt arrives." She travelled with her aunt. "If you feel like it, write me." She kissed him swiftly on his lips, and even then, though in her one hand was a pair of shoes, in the other a pile of lingerie, and though her eyes were upon the door expecting her aunt to open, still there was passion in that moment. She was a wonderful woman, a true American in specialization. She had managed to pack her trunk and pack away her lover without placing passion in the bag or meticulousness on her lips. David went satisfied, without a hint of her ingenuity in bringing this about. and now his emotions were relieved of a fixed objective goal. They could waft outward vaguely. David found delight in their vagueness. It was the same, though less pointedly, with other dwellers in his life. Cornelia was always and largely removed. Unconsciously David kept her and wanted her so. He saw her not more than once in a fortnight. He did not really see her then. He talked to her, looked at her, listened to the sounds of her voice, which easily resolved into the accepted syllables of words. But he was deeply unaware of her, and sadly, since she bled for this and was yet unwilling to shock her boy into a knowledge of his selfishness. She knew she might have. Had she said, "David, you are far away. What is between us? David, look really into my words. Look really into me. Don't you see how I suffer when you remain outside?" David would have come to her, indeed, like the half-tamed, clumsy cub he was, into her arms and begged for forgiveness. But that could not be. So Cornelia also was pleasantly removed for David, and this was good, since then he could read into the picture those details he liked, delete the others. It was the same with business. It was always so with business, when one so wanted it. David discovered that business was more like a woman than he had discovered women, in its reticence, in its immediate response to his desire, either to be all taken up and quick with it, or to be left spiritually alone. He found, as his moods veered and alternated, so followed what he could give to his affairs downtown. If he was full of energy to spill and full of fancies to weave, business was a romantic game that grappled him and spent him. Mr. Barlow had taught him that, but if he was misty and gray and low, business became a habit exercise that barely held his mind, unobtrusive and gray like his own forces. And without disaster. He could plunge into it, work upon it with every muscle of his body, or he could hold aloof and run it with two disdainful fingers. He could thrust eyes upon it close and have joy of its jungle of tropic passions, or poise it philosophically from afar as a flat patch in his life where he grew his bread and butter. Now he was holding it endearingly aloof. It was an accommodating thing that used up just enough of his time and energy to leave him peaceful and ruminant at night. Even time was away. He was gone west on business. David did not write. He made no effort to touch the actual departed friend. He dwelt with his own vision of Tom, unhampered now in his deep will to find it altogether perfect. For the nonce, this wearing struggle to hold it perfect was over. This Tom in his mind had no unfitting angles, nor the Tom abstractly speaking to him from afar. That morning he had received a letter. It read, "Greetings, dear friend. You were going to write to me first, and you have not, and so I write to you because I am thinking of you this evening, and that is the time to write, is it not? I've been thinking good things of you. It seems to me that your flavor has precipitated, and that I feel the form of you as I never have this past short year. I find myself in consequence in an apologetic mood, and perhaps you will accept even that and not be repelled, since you have accepted so many moods of mine and been dear about them and filled me slowly. I am aware of it now, with a respect and an admiration, and yes, something deeper than these, of which my actions and my omissions were scarce able emissaries. You are away now, while I am in Chicago, silently away, since you have not even thought of me to write to me, and I find that I do not blame you at all, that I admire your taste and your silence, and that I shall look forward to whatever response this brings of your deigning with an eager gratefulness that surprises you no more than it does me. Tom chastened, Tom in full view at length, of a loveliness that he sensed and went for, perhaps as one goes for the summit of a mountain. The moment one is upon the trail, all one's energies are lost in climbing and fighting snags and underbrush and rocks, and the summit is beyond eye and soon out of thought. Yet is it the less for it that the unblazed trail is dared? You are a very rare person. You have given me so much of myself that I shall be happy of you, even if I continue in this mood of being mad at myself that I did not give more. And yet what more could I have given? Would you take more, David? It is true that I have an excuse. You found me in the flush that was really the sign of a true decomposition, a deep giving away of my nerves that might have been ruin in one less trained to fighting, or that might have been nothing in one less addicted to work. You see, work to success seemed necessary to me. When I do no work, my mind gets me into trouble. I'm a geyser of waste stuffs. If I cannot empty myself into work, I'm likely to empty someone else in a perverse replica of play. You have seen that, David. I worked while I should have been in some happy clime, watching the skies and bathing and walking and smoking pipes of peace, if only pipes did not make me sick. I worked while the day's tasks used more than the night brought of strength. I neared bankruptcy, but being an American, that did not bother me, and I put on brighter colors for the approaching doom. In the crisis of 8 years of this, you found me, David, and what a dour childhood of preparation before it. Endless, endless. Working for Cordelia, working for myself, working toward nothing, for I am in it still. I shall try to put off the day of bankruptcy until I am 50 or more, then liquidate by dying. But you caught me in the first cold experience of being weak and sick and unable to spend prodigally and not feel anything but bulging coffers in the morning. In the first terrible condition of knowing I must work, though work was vile, and that no other work was present for my hands. That does it explain my sudden horridness, my fevers, my cruelties to us both. Your word? I'm not cruel, Davy. I'm full of love. Oh, why won't you, and a few blessed others, whom I need the knowledge of in this fearful, gorgeous world, why won't you understand? Can you not see me going out into the streets of New York, yes, even here in Chicago, full of love for the dull men and the stricken women, ready to give myself to them all, if only they would take me a moment, full of love for the magic of their flesh and the mystery of their life and the splendor of their anguish? Oh, David, I love so much more than there is in the world willing. I'm a sea of love cluttered in a basin, and when I am cried a little welcome, I mess everything up in my attempt to fit to a mortal measure. I've spoken to you, we have even quarreled about little children. Don't you see why I was enraged at the idea of your speculating upon whether you wished a child or no? Identification. Suddenly I am a child, and I do not care a damn about reason. I want only not to be left outside and unalive by my beloved. Often when I speak to a man or a woman, Davy, something bleeds in my breast, and then I have headaches, and the wise doctor says, use brakes, do not give yourself so much, walk the streets indifferently, easy, eh? Indifferently. When all of life floods all my senses like a corybantic passion, a perpetual sea of infinite elements, each of which is attached to my nerves and to my heart. I cannot help loving people, so I hate them, for they are not what I would have them be. They are deaf, and they do not love me. And children, whose lives go before me out of my hands, and my sight like the horizon and the skies, is it a wonder my hands are stretched after them, and that I suffer at my impotence? But, Davy, I'm not cruel. I love, and I cannot reach what I love. My hard-headed lawyer friends quip me, calling misty my wandering thoughts, the best of them, but I am filled with a sense of dimensions, flaring and parabolic, and the world their sense is comfortable in is a strand of what I feel and see. And the magic that draws me to the world is the fact that it careers in an element outside myself. There, perhaps, imprisoned in the flesh of a woman, is the thing I love, and I am outside, oh, fatally outside. If I open that flesh, I am laughed at by blood and death. Life, life, I seek it, for I see it, and it is maddening to be alive. This is a funny letter, is it not? But you must understand, and never again call cruel the man whose eyes are forever full of the vision of loving, and whose body is a prison, a terribly real prison, and who knows that the world is a bewildering texture of abyss and reality, of filth and flowers. I shall go hunting, killing myself through life, David, simply because I am hungry. Do not forget that. I know the falsehood of the game. Do not forget that either. My real self, my mocking sense of life, my outrageous need of love, that will go silent to the grave when the gods have had their laugh of it. For truly I am a little like a toy boat that the gods have placed upon the waters and blown upon, that scuds its pretty maddening moment, steerless, useless, against the inevitable stop on the pool's other side. Write to me, Tom. David's day was pitched by it still higher. His moving through the life of the city had a lyric lilt. Its meanest shred came to expression in the tune he hummed, until Mr. Barlow said, "Is that the one song you know?" David stopped. His energy was only for the moment without outlet. He jumped up and used it to propel his body. "I don't feel a bit like working this afternoon." "There you are, thinking of this as work. Can't you get cured of that, David?" The young man stopped at the desk of his chief, who had become his friend. He was pensive. He put one hand on the blotter and looked beyond the labyrinth of papers. "How differently you and my uncle look at business. He prides himself that it is the most serious and laborious work in the world." "That is his play," Mr. Barlow twinkled. Then they laughed together. "You see," he went on, leaning back in his swivel chair and blowing the first fragrant puff of his new cigar into David's eyes, "you see, my boy, your uncle is a romantic figure. That is why he takes business so realistically. I'm a new generation. Oh, yes, I am, despite my age. I am a realist, a man who sees exactly what there is to see. That is why I take business romantically." David thought this a bit topsy-turvy, but he had no way out. He started figuring Mr. Barlow's words. Mr. Barlow kept blowing fragrant puffs up toward his face. "That," he went on, "is the reason why your uncle is so much more successful than I am." His soft red lips curled cheerfully, and he sent a mighty wreath of smoke as salutation against David's nose. David pondered. His uncle, who saw too little of the world even to understand the slightest of its parts, was by his ignorance able to take business as the whole, throw all of himself upon it, and be rich. Mr. Barlow understood the pattern of life's parts, was able to make a pleasant game of that portion of it where he found himself, and he earned an excellent living, even if he was not rich. "You are happier than my uncle." At once Mr. Barlow was pensive. "Happiness is the biggest fraud of all, David. Have no dealings with it. If it tries to make terms with you, cut it dead." David noticed a peculiar trait. When Mr. Barlow's face was in repose, as now, there was a sweet sadness upon it. But he could change this. It was as if he were aware of David looking at his sadness. His quick, clear eyes began to twinkle as if this were in itself a joke. "We must not compare happiness. That's all nonsense." "What, then, is serious?" "What is serious?" He leaned back and took David in. "It is serious that you should leave this office this very moment and go meandering as your fancy prompts. Go, get along." David ran for his hat. "Well, that is for my happiness, is it not?" "It is not. It is for your health." Mr. Barlow looked very stern. David hesitated at the door. He came back to Mr. Barlow's side, and once more, this time timidly, put his outstretched fingers on the blotter. "You know how much I appreciate you, don't you, Mr. Barlow?" Mr. Barlow took up a letter, screwed his glasses grimacingly to his nose, and began to read. "David," as his head moved swiftly from side to side in pursuit of the words, "you are wasting your free afternoon." Now David was not wasting it. In his pocket was the letter of Tom. In his head was the cheer of Mr. Barlow. Before him and above him swarmed the amazing city. He was on a street full of department stores. Women of all ages hurried past him, talking, ceaselessly talking. In their hands were the signs of the battle they loved to wage, packages, purses. In their eyes the promise of further conquest. David felt that he was in a strange, not hostile land. He was tolerated here because he was not noticed. He stepped into a long, dense building. Endless counters packed with women led away in the bustle and gloom. Voices were not so high as the press of feet and the surge of skirts. Stiff men stood above the buffeting hordes like monstrous curios in their white linen and their flaring sombre coats. Gas lamps trembled under the oppressed ceiling as if they stood guard against an invasion from below. It seemed that the frangent feminine commotion would swell, rise, and sweep them out. David was stifled already. There was no room for him. There was no room even for air to breathe. He was in the street again. Here the flood had interstices of day. The day broke with its blue gleam upon the ranks of the women, splintered but entered in and spread a living lightness through their heavy marches. Here one could see, not a mass alone, sweeping the street, but individual women with faces and eyes. Here even one saw pretty women. David had not known how many pretty ones there were. It was bewildering, this extravagance of nature. The street was of stone and brick. It reared its jagged way through the world, loaded with the metallic cut of cars, flanked by the sibilance of uneven roofage and facades and the clamor of advertisements. It fell swift into smallness beyond a square. Here it was arrogant, it domineered, with its wide, high skirts of stone and its bonnets turreting aloft, the shuttle of feet like a leather lathe beneath. And yet, immersed in it, David found that it was soaked in charm and that it drew his senses, for he had picked out the presence of women, women that had lips and warm bodies, and whose arms could hold children. At once these were the street and were greater than the street. In their domain he was walking. He was not wasting his free afternoon. This was health indeed. It was health to feel this pour of 1,000 homes upon him, all of these homes secret tenderness and passion. It was health to shake his head at the hard buildings and know them worsted by women. But tiring, David boarded a car. The car gave a lurch. The movement split the car's inhabitants into two separate groups, they who smiled and they who grumbled. David was smiling. Clumsily he righted himself. He found that he did not wish to change the position of his eyes. They were looking at a little girl who had been smiling also, but now the two were serious, looking at each other. She was a little girl riding beside her governess. She had great black eyes. The gleaming iris almost crowded out the white. She had brows that were high and thin and arched, and between her brows and her eyes the flesh was dimpled. She tilted her head backward and smiled at him. David gripped his seat with his two hands and smiled at her. She was beside an opaque cutting thing that was a woman and was a governess. Thick glasses tied to a black string that ended in a hideous enameled clasp on a white starched waist. Eyes shiny and convex like the glasses, nose pointed down, mouth cutting in, chin pushing upward. And beside her a loveliness that came across the car, and that he held now, far from the car and the street, in his silence. It came to David softly that he loved this little girl. She smiled at him as if she thanked him and were glad. Could he put his love in a smile and give it to her? She stirred in her seat. She tossed out her legs, first one, then the other. She threw herself back so that her legs thrust out. She met him fully and beamed on him. She was unafraid, beyond all he had ever known. What could he give her and do to show her his love? He had his eyes and his smile to give her his life with. He put words into his look at her till his eyes had tears of their fullness. He said to her so, little girl with the gray fur bonnet and the gray fur coat and the laughing soul, I love you. I've never seen you before. I shall never see you again. I shall always see you. She was smiling so clear. What did she know? What did she not know, perhaps? Pain stopped the words of his eyes. He got up. He passed her. Why could he not touch her? Why could he not come and play with her where she lived, a little girl? He stood in the street, and the car groaned past him. She was kneeling on her seat, and her face pressed against the window. She was motionless, gazing into him with serious, lovely eyes, while the car swung her away into the trackless future. David's lips moved goodbye. I do not understand. Do you? She was gone. Many things were gone. David, walking the dim, sunless city, walked as through himself, and as he went he missed the lights that an hour before, of their own cheer, had lit the corridors of his being and made him all of the city, so glad a habitation. He missed these things. He learned how many they were. He did not think of the strange little girl. She had been fleckless beautiful. She had been more than that in the miracle of her spell upon him. For this he groped in his mind was the vision of her budding life, sweet, ineffably sweet, like an unopened rose in the dew of the dawn. She had left a wound in his heart, the stab of her vision, from which now his blood seemed instinctively to flow. He thought of himself alone. Sudden, all his proud contentment was away, not clouded this time, as it had been so often. Away. It was gone, surely, like the little girl. His contentment. What then had it been? The parts of it that were no more he could piece together into a memory of his contentment. It had been a haze, covering the way of his feet, blinding his eyes, wrapping him in darkness. He saw now. He saw that his feet had carried him away, different from the haze of his contentment. He thought of his emptiness. He seemed to recognize it now, as if it had long been there. The absence of Tom and Constance. Was this the absence of two great parts of his emptiness, permitting him at last to know them, since their absence was in a measure their negation, the first timorous return from an emptiness that filled him to a fullness that he lacked? He could not go in very far. His mind was strangely cramped with pain. He knew much, however. He knew he did not love Constance, and that there is no substitute for love. He knew he did not fully respect his dearest friend, and that for this there was no solace. Most of all, he knew his life was sterile. Despite its blandishments and its colors, its devouring of hours, it lacked something he needed as he might thirst for water in a land that held everything else. Sterile work, sterile friendships, sterile embraces. It was not so simple as this, but here was the germ that desiccated him, turned his impulses from action, deflected life from living. He did not live. Thence came that he did not risk, that he went safe, that he won materials and pleasures. To what end, since he did not live? He compromised with love. He compromised with dreams. That was the technique of his succeeding, to cheat his body into love affairs, his mind into business, his loyalties into friendship. To what end, since he did not live? And if the miracle was that life lay in the risk rather than in succeeding, in love rather than in the love affair, in the dream rather than in any fact. Oh, he could not understand. He did not know what to do. If his ways were wrong, his relations false, how could he change them? He dragged through a morass, not knowing. Now suddenly his clear thoughts held within them, as if in an embrace, the little girl. He saw the resilience of that fresh young life, its pride, its firmness. He saw how it must stoop and bend and give, if it would avoid the pains that waited it growing into the world. If it would win ease, it must lose all that made it lovely, lose its fine, fresh sweetness. David pondered on this. Would that election satisfy him? Would it be well to see that loveliness gray away in price for the escape from pain? He heard his answer clear. At all costs, the bravery of youth, the firm coolness of which her flesh was symbol, at cost of any pain, of all defeat. A deceiving gladness came to David, a gratitude that he was still somewhat like that little girl. Had they not smiled at each other? End of chapter 11. Section 16 of The Dark Mother by Waldo Frank. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12, Part 1. The train swung Tom southward from Chicago about the duned neck of the lake. The sun broke at last in clear sky upon him. The everlasting smoke sank behind like dust of a departed battle. Tom had the vision of the town of his childhood. The train was swimming up the path of the sun. The world cut flat from the train's stride like a sea from the prow of a racing vessel. The horizon swaying, scooped trees low and faint in the shrill sky, nude in young leaves, lascivious in blossoms, almost bowled over by the roll of the world, and the blue belch of sturdier chimneys beyond, scattered half-acres of hell-spewing soot and shadow over a scarred and flowered prairie. In his eyes now, and old sick town. The long street swooned under foliage, trees crowded between the two rows of houses, as if they had burst them apart. Under their arrogant verdure, the little wooden boxes of men crouched and were smothered. A man came out from the dull pressure. He walked into the sway of the trees. He went forth to his toil. He was immersed in the redundance of fields. Tom went back to the town of his childhood, armed with his intelligence. He thought he saw with understanding. Through the window of the train he found his face fleeing across the prairie. "I understand," he whispered to himself. "I understand the tyrannies that oppress my people, the tyrannies that form them, the vastness of the soil and of its fruit, the dying spiritual world my fathers packed with them from Europe, and into which they tried to cram what new bursts of passion, what new worlds, splendors. I see what treasure and promise were these fields and hills, and the little hands, the little minds and tools with which to work them. Of course there came blindness upon the dazzlement, penury upon their drunken spending, fear of the spirit upon their rape of the earth. What masters my fathers must have been, not to have been mastered by America." Tom understood why the men of ripe New York were shrunken midges beneath the stuff of their buildings and the still unuttered fate of Chicago, and why Chicago, with its long, soiled, lazy hands, had held his heart. "I am of the West. I had forgotten, but I am of the West. To think that 10 years of New York could have made me forget. Chicago claimed me. New York was a place of exile. There they, whose lives were done or were denied, builded state upon the principle of their death. New York was a gaunt ghost city, a dwelling place of shadows that towered above men. What was New York against this splendor of plains, against Chicago, wide, crude, child city with the loud voice and the playful heart, with the swift gait and the lumberly laborer's mind? What was New York against the love of his discovered home? Tom began to wonder what irony had drawn him eastward. The promise of life, he whispered to himself, the promise of life. His chair was toward the window. He spoke to his reflected face and the fleeing plains. A knoll of green flashed past with a stream curling, and in the shadow a clustered farm. The remembered scent of clover and the warm sweetness of new green life were a cloud over his mind. I wonder, does the lure of death come always disguised as a fulfillment? Perhaps when a man takes his life, does he hope to achieve it? Cornelia and I, God, how we were glad of the calculated pavements of Manhattan, but surely he had left death behind. Was he growing sentimental? What a strange mood he was in. His father, the dilapidated farm. Life, that? Very well. Law, the nervous flutter he called success in the city. Life, that more? He shook his head. He saw he did not understand after all. And yet America in Chicago, Chicago in the American plains, gripped him and called him as never before. Chicago, where industry, a dirty giant, flung and heaped its refuse upon the dwellings of men, he could not understand, but he felt a poignance of symbol in himself, yearning westward, yearning backward against the way of the train to where America lay impassioned beneath the coming sun. He stepped into New York. Its life came to him through splinter of movement with a sharp pathos. The dust of their traffic were these men and women swirling slow. Their impress upon the places they had built was naught. An air of enervation lay over the cleft of houses, seeped down into the channels of men. Then Tom lost the sense of separation. The great metropolis came like an iron cloak and made him invisible. Out of the confusion of his life, he saw some things clearly and aimed at them. He saw some things vaguely, and these he avoided. He sensed that the vague things were the vital, were of the color and stuff of that confusion which was his life, and that the dear things were trivial and lying. Marcia Duffield and King Van Ness were not yet engaged. A particular and naked problem. Tom feared the cynicism, the girl he had loved. One thing alone can spoil this, went his thoughts. If she, out of some mood, abandoned her resistance, she might, for spite, bravado, bitterness, what not, one such false gesture and Van Ness stops the hunt. He might possibly do an injury to himself, grow thoughtful, for instance, but he'd never marry a girl that let him kiss her without a diamond ring. Laura Duffield held out her hand for his. "I'm young yet. This is my only life. What am I doing with it?" Tom thought, and clasped the hand of his friend and laughed. The lust of the game, Van Ness, Stone and Company to be pried open, the delicious recalcitrance of Marcia to be tasted and crushed, and forgot. "You are worrying about something. What is it?" At last he was conscious of Laura Duffield. His trivial words were over. She was aging. There was a drawn tightness about her eyes, a sag at her throat. It was a day on which she was not looking well. And looking well was coming to be an art. These years of life when art grows difficult, debts, the incredible burden of holding up her head. "Come and sit beside me, Tom." She was graceful. The couch was low. She sat ensconced in a corner. Her outstretched arm hung in a flimsy sleeve, color of faded violet. Her skin, like the sleeve, was dim. Her eyes and the stones in her rings were bright. "You are so quick to understand. I'm going to tell you. I'm worrying about Marcia." "That won't help us, you know. Why can't she make up her mind to love someone?" Tom laughed. "What a lot of contradictions in a little sentence." I don't know what we may have to do." She seemed, after all, resigned. If Marcia could love no one, with her mind or without, let her stay single. "She hasn't accepted Van Ness yet?" Laura Duffield shook her head. Tom thought swiftly. "Where is Marcia? Is she then? Is she in? Tell her I am here." The mother arose and called the girl. Marcia came to the door, stood silent. "Hello, Marcia. I came to see you this evening. Not your mamma." He believed it. He wanted to be with her. All else was a pretext. "Yes, and it's lucky, too." Mrs. Duffield bustled to her desk. "I've 1,000 letters to answer. Do be dears and leave me alone." She was settled, and her back was on them. She was looking better. Such confidence she had in Tom. He followed Marcia. She went to the opposite corner of her room, near her cheval glass. She stood there. Tom closed the door, let his weight lean upon it, then seated himself in a broad armchair. Her whiteness was taut. Her black hair and eyes were hot. A tremble swift and faint sang through her. She found she could not stop it. She moved and took up an ivory brush. She strove to let her trembling flow from her 2 hands to it. It was a very long time since Tom and she were alone. "Marcia, please sit down." She complied at once. She flushed with anger that she had. Tom came and leaned over her. He looked obliquely at her great black eyes and the sharp perfection of her chin and the way of her white throat. He put his open hands on her hair. He turned her face upward toward him. He placed his dosed lips on her parted ones. His hands slipped down her face, her neck, her body. He stood away. She said, "Why do you do that, Tom?" "That is how I feel." "Don't lie, Tom." "I'm not lying, Marcia." Her eyes blazed up. It was a burst of bravery and challenge. She crumpled. She hid her head in her arms. She wept. Tom put his hand firmly to the back of her head, where the hair was caught away from the neck. "Listen, Marcia. I'm not lying. Listen, please, Marcia." She was silent. If she was still weeping, she did not raise her head. Tom leaned and kissed her neck, the faint scent of her hair in his eyes. Marcia straightened sudden. He met the attack of her gesture. "Now listen, do you hear?" She stayed balanced, looking at him straight, her eyes filled with an ironic hunger. So Tom wanted her. He began before she changed. "You have never understood me, Marcia. I can't blame you. I've never understood myself. I'm honest with you. I've always been. Perhaps it was expecting too much, dear, that you should be able to stand that. Marcia, I care for you now, as I did before, more than for any woman in the world." She dropped her eyes and began to finger the embroidery of her chair. "I go through strange tides, Marcia. I cannot help that. Most men have hypocrisy to hide these ebbs. Most women have passiveness. I have neither. So I suffer, Marcia." He went on. "I do not want to lose you, but also I do not want to hurt you. Can't I have you without hurting you, Marcia?" It was because I had not answered that question that I forced myself away, forced myself cool. "What do you mean, Tom?" He took a chair and brought it beside hers and seated himself. With a great calm he heard himself say, "Marcia, will you marry me?" "I should love to, Tom. We could manage. I might even gradually start to pay off your mamma's debts. A little flat, 2 weeks at the seashore, a cook." He spoke very seriously. With each item stroked the slender pearly hand he had taken. Marcia withdrew it. "Don't be a silly, Tom." He jumped up. He drew after him. He drew her after him. He held her close, kissed her throat. "It is not impossible. I want you, Marcia. You have had me. I've never had you." He thrust her away and walked to where she first had faced him. "You know I have never had you. Marcia, how can you? Oh!" He threw up his arms and stopped. Marcia came closer. "Tom," she said, "what do you really want of me?" "Yourself," he paused, "but without the sense that I am harming you. Yourself without restraint." "Why did you leave me, Tom?" "I'll tell you. Despise me, if you will. I'll tell you. Because I had a guilty conscience. Because I thought not alone of your future, but of your mother. Because I seemed unable to be either your lover or your husband." She smiled. "You're not the sort of man one should marry." "Unfortunately, I lack qualifications." He put bitterness into his voice. She was sure and glad she had hurt him. "But civilized standards have nothing to do with love. I could love a woman, if only she were in a civilized way disposed of, so that we could afford the luxury." Marcia laughed and placed her hand back in his. "Why have you never put things this way before?" "Never put things this way before?" He was amazed. He burst out laughing. "Really, my dear, this is too ironic. I'd given you up. I'd given you a free hand to marry. I was prepared to lose you permanently rather than stand even temporarily in your way. But you did not marry. What did that mean? I didn't know. How could I? But what should keep me from hoping? Any fool may do that. At least there was the circumstantial evidence that you had not married. That is why I came tonight, Marcia. I came to ask you to marry me, to plead with you. For the first time, I was prepared to sacrifice you for my own desire altogether. And now, when I am acting my most selfish self for the first time, you see the sacrificial mood that I was in before." She placed her arms about him. "Strange, contradictory, dear. You shall have me, dearest. Wait and see how soon. I think I never wanted you quite so much." "Marcia!" "Don't let your feelings blind you to reason, Tom." "Our feelings? You don't want a wife. If I was rich, or you were, even then, would you want a wife? You want me? I you? Without alloy, dear. I'll marry King." She smiled brightly. "Do you know why I put it off? Because I thought it might mean real captivity. It must have, Tom, without you there to rescue me. Oh!" Her face darkened. "I could not stand the thought of him without the antidote." She was silent, brooding. Her eyes seemed full of the picture of her life with the dull, rich man. It stifled her, blinded. "I could not have stood it, Tom. I can now. Without you it must have meant prison. Now it means release, adventure. Yes." She seemed to be emphasizing her resolve, bringing it clear before her eyes to see it. "You'll see that I am game. I am almost happy." She sank down in her chair and smiled at him. Tears kept her from seeing how he smiled a bit wistfully away. She needed to be silent, if for no other reason for the tears. She wanted to ask him simply, "Do you love me, Tom?" For Tom, if you did love me. She did not dare her question. She did not dare, even in her silence, to conclude it. She was afraid of his answer. Both for him and for her she was afraid. Both of his yes and his no. After all, her mind faded and veered. She had better marry King. It would be going on. She was dry-eyed. Tom took her hand and kissed it. What do I really mean by all these things I do?" When Tom was alone, his question came often, came without answer. When he was with David, it hurt, and these things he did were like ash in his mouth. But even the hurt was better than the reverberating silence, so Tom fled solitude. But what of David? What did he want of David? Was he glad of him, or bitterly, passionately sorry? Did he want him close or far away? His acts and moods, were they designed to hold or to repel him? Tom was at a pass where all these things were chaos. The clear facts of living were straws in a heaving sea, straws he reached for. He went brightly about his profession. It prospered, but it became more and more a thing to hide from David. And all such things were more and more to be hidden from himself. Marcia was engaged. He feared her marriage, which he had maneuvered vaguely as the time of a demand he could not face. Also, he looked forward to her marriage. The senses of him, his blood and his wits as well. Marcia's marriage must be a function of both. He tried, close to David, to blot out his conflicts. He tried to realize that it was David himself who brought about the conflicts, and to pursue the rational conclusion that it was David who must be blotted out. His reasonings had the way of playing him into some dark dilemma. The forces driving him toward the constant agitation of his wits seemed all too clearly irrational and heart-sent. He could not isolate the verbs of his reason. If he did, he found them without subject-object, dead waifs of sound flecking a hollow mind. His reaching for the true drive within him left him a streak of imponderable space, as if he had grasped a comet. It was better to be confined to straws. The schemings pertinent to Marcia, straws. The intricate work, downtown, straws also. The being with friends, the satisfaction of his senses, straws again. The effect upon his mind, this passionate bestowal upon work he could not respect, upon pleasure he could not enjoy, was a slow desiccation. He was dry, cynical, erethic. He needed to rouse himself to heights of activation. His work called for no less, and the impulse rousing him was ever one he was cold to, a strain on his nerves, as in a man making himself drunk with drink he forces himself to swallow. Needfully, since this vast disharmony gained on his life, and since each part of it warred against the others, Tom came to bestow upon its various factors the quality of respite and escape. He needed a makeshift harmony in order to live. One instant of admitted anarchy in our minds means madness, in our bodies death. Since discord was there, it must be balanced with other discord. One group of his thoughts swelled, sagged out of place. He propped it into a semblance of poise with another hypertrophy. So discord propagates itself. Life went on. David was there to cleanse him of the tastes of his worldly work, restore his self-respect, give him a vantage point against the scheming Tom of the day. His other friends, shallow, quick fellows ready to give what he asked, and forward-coming, helpless women like Laura Duffield, were there to balance the reticence of David, ease his diseased hunger, throw him momentarily free of the strange dissatisfaction of his one satisfying friendship. The function of work was to sustain him, flush his energies until such time as he knew how he wanted to play. Marcia was compensation for that in him which could not look to David. David was compensation for that in him which was ashamed of Marcia. His hours with David and Cornelia were sleep in which he lived as he dreamed, one strength to face the waking. His hours of work were respite from the starved clamor of his dreams, a way of winning time from their insistence. So his life stumbled and shook ahead. It held together, but it was textured of half-true, half-meeting elements. Its hazardous solution caused a continual ferment. The sign of ferment was his growing pain in a life, stumbling, shaking ahead. He walked down a square with that lithe, pacing stride of his, half-clenched fists swung at his side. There was a fairly constant strain in his eyes that lifted them in their sockets. With teeth tight-set, he hummed a tune. Energy was forever thus escaping from him. When he did nothing, he fell at once into a state of preparedness for flight. He wanted to get away, get out. He could not. Life gripped him, and he loved it. But much energy was born of this deep impulse to escape. He scattered it about. Much he applied to perfect the conditions of that very life from which his nerves rebelled. His vitality in talk, his speed of impressions, his plasticity of posture in the world grew from this energy, so that he shook along in a vicious circle. Much of his power to throw life into his work came from the secretions of his dissatisfaction with it, from the energy of his dissatisfaction. But life is full of such mechanical paradox. All of civilized life is such a one. Many a man succeeds in the conscious world because of the failure hidden in his heart. Tom stopped. He was before a crumbling brownstone house, a rusting iron grill, a gate thrown out on useless hinges, and a tiny plot of grass flanked the narrow walk. The soil was rocky, sediment of the city. Cans, flakes of cloth, splint eyes of glass choked the slim green. From the low stoop the house flared up, soft in decay. Tom turned his back on the house. He looked north on the square. In his eyes was a hunger for open places. His glance consumed the narrow breadth of the park with its dapper walks and its trees. It broke impatient on the row of red brick houses. It spent itself. Tom's gaze narrowed. He turned and went up the stairs. They were dirty and dark, 4 flights, Odor of mildew and misspent lives seeped from brown plaster. He struck his fist on the door. Behind him was a hall painted the color of stale chocolate. In the center of the fly-blown ceiling, a sudden cupola picked out in glass, green, yellow, blue. Sky came through dim and soiled. A young, stout fellow opened the door and gave a cry of pleasure. Let Tom in. Hello, Renard. Flora, Florissima. Company is complete. Tom pressed Lars Derthel's hand. Hello, Lars. He passed him. A long, narrow table spread in the square, small room. The heavy mantel was ribbled with knickknacks of vari-colored glass, purchased in useless shapes at Coney Island and Asbury Park. Their gaiety, a dance in the box mirrors of the yellow wood, seemed irrelevant above the table, with its high, unlabeled bottles of red wine, its mounds of Italian bread, its platters of cervelat, tomatoes, sardelles. The table's order was disturbed by its broken wreath of guests. Most of the diners lounged already in their chairs. Between laughter and smoke they sent their eyes lazily toward the kitchen. They had begun with their wine. "Hello, Mr. Renard," a slender fellow spoke, upon whose long neck poised a head remarkably round and small. Within his face, with its fat, sanguine cheeks, the eyes and mouth and nose took up an inconspicuous space. "Good evening, Marquise." Lagora was a nobleman, a dealer in marble, according to his one report, in Italian oils, and spices, according to his other. A clever, shifty, cloudy fellow, with hands like a girl's. Tom sat down with an air of temporariness behind him. "Well, Dunia, comment ça va?" He leaned and placed a finger on the cheek of the woman across the table. Dunia Smith put down her glass. "I've no cigarettes." Tom placed a box in her expectant hand. They were enormous hands, gaunt, naked, acquisitive, with a wrinkle about the finger joints that was sinister against the smooth calm of her wrists. Behind her hands, Dunia Smith rose diminished. She was tall, handsomely cut. Her hair swept back and low over her temples. Her eyes had a gray slant that offset the thin lips, the sharp tilt of her chin. When she lighted her cigarette, she showed all of her teeth. They were white, but as the gaunt, huge hand came near her face, the rest of Dunia Smith went into eclipse. A man came up, neatly and drably dressed, with a red tie that flared against the pale primness of his face. "Glad you're here, Renard. Business particularly boring today. Fun particularly needed tonight." This was Christian Hill, sedate, rebellious, a man of business who craved intoxicants of life. All his sentences sounded like telegrams. All his money, too sanely earned in a broker's office, was at the disposal of his search for madness. He looked on Tom as his ideal. He would have sold his wife into slavery for a lust sufficiently great to make him commit the folly. "I want to introduce you." He beckoned toward a girl that had sat yonder beside him. "Madeline, this is Mr. Renard. Miss Gross." She came sidling. She was richly clad, very blonde, very powdered. Beneath the simper of blue eyes, the hot curl of placid lips, and the ringlets of blonde hair teasing her tiny ear, Tom saw that she was Jewish. He took her tiny hand, gloved in fawn-colored kid. "It is nice to have you here, Miss Gross. I hope our rough manners won't shock you." She propelled herself a little nearer. "Oh, please do, Mr. Renard. You want to be shocked, Miss Gross." Hill intervened. "But you can't, Renard. You don't know my little Madeline." The little Madeline simpered and tapped her escort's mouth with the back of her gloved hand. "How do you know, Christian? Just because you couldn't." Bending her body back, she threw her head back also. She gazed at Tom through the lashes of her half-shut eyes. Derthel came up. "Your place is there, old man, between Lon and me. Good evening, Flora. Say, you have room for Markand? I made him promise he'd be here." A thick-set woman with face incredibly composed and large, bare arms crossed over the gray width of her dress, nodded to Tom and to the others. "Good evening, Flora." "Hello, Flora." The greetings came. Flora did not budge from her place in the kitchen door. Hill dragged Miss Gross through the scatter of chairs. "Oh, Signora Sani," he said, "I want to introduce my friend." Flora Sani wiped her right hand slowly, methodically on her apron. "Buona sera, Signorina." She took the gloved hand, dropped it, turned about. Her eyes were steel. She had taken longer to wipe her hands on her apron. Tom moved in Derthel's power toward the nearer end of the table. A young girl shut the door. "Here you are," muttered Lagora. She nodded timidly to her neighbors, maliciously to Dunia Smith, a defensive malice, and sat down beside the Marchese. He drew close his chair. The two began muttering together. Lagora leaned forward. The girl bent back from the thrust of his mood and his body. She was a frail creature, a tissue of harried nerves with great black teeming eyes. Her hand tapped on the plate. She lit a cigarette, inhaled a great gust, emptied Lagora's wine glass, and then blew out the smoke. Her body was draped in a short, tight smock of blue hung from her shoulders. Her tiny breast stood up in it quite clear. Lagora's brows worked up and down. Her big eyes sharpened and cut him. He looked at her twitching shoulders. "Hello, Mr. Renard," she cried as she passed him. She threw up a diminutive hand. Her breasts bobbed. "How are you, Letty?" Tom, taking her hand, had the sense of Lagora smiling with snakish eyes. He passed on. A lumbering boy got up, nodding and saying no word. "Well, Darby?" Tom sat down. "I've not seen you in a week." "A long time," synchronously growled the other. Tom heard him and laughed. "And the painting?" Tom and Darby Lunn were lost together in talk. From the table's farther end, Berthold saw them together. The laugh of Dunia Smith, the shrill sneer of Letty, tossing her heels, the mutter of Lagora were a wave gathering, crumpling upon the calm of Signora Sani. Berthold extricated himself from Hill and Miss Gross. He headed through the disarrayed chairs. Stretched arms reached for wine and taste of antipasto. The evening splintered and swirled. Food would draw it together. Berthold stood over Tom. "Here, old man, change over. You sit between us." Finding a seat, he also had the sense of haven beneath the spray and scatter of the room. Of the three, Tom was the only one whose voice carried beyond them. Laughing, Dunia Smith eyed him with a tilt of her head. A finger like a talon flecked her cigarette. Her brows were thin and straight like the stroke of a sharp pencil on hard paper. Flore Sani stood above the table with a vast white bowl of minestrone. The crowd coalesced. The table narrowed. The chandelier, relic of fluted brass and drooping crystal, took on the tawdry tone of office and gave its light self-consciously, heatedly, like an old servant too laden with memory and years to want to work for so crass a gathering. The carved clock ticked. A clatter of plates drew down bent necks, beating foreheads. Sharp streakings of sound ribboned the table, swathed it, covered it with a warm liquidity. Then the whipped undertone of selves seeped up again, lapped over the inorganic sound, deluged it, drowned it in angular surge of assertions. The door gave a knock that was heard at last. David had followed upstairs a pair who were held to slowness by the constant claim of the woman that she was too weary to go another step. "Come along, Phoebe." The man had a high, straight back. He wore a soft collar that bared his neck. David observed that it was wiry and clean. The hairs were clipped high from it. David had time to observe. Whenever the pair came to a rest, he rested behind them. Something impeded his passing, timidity in part, the disclosing thereby that he had overheard them, that they were moving too slowly, his own scarce unconscious resistance to mounting those stairs at all. He hated the place, but he had no reason to give to Tom, and Tom, too, could fence at his not wishing to come. "Why, dear man, don't you like Flora?" "I think Flora is splendid. Such poise. Or is the place too noisy for you, David?" "Davy, you must get accustomed to dirt." A vehemence in Tom that silenced David. Doubtless this was life, and life no thing to shrink from. "But I do like Flora." He could not add that he felt that Flora did not like him, did not seem to like anyone who came there, nor the feeling that if she had known him different and uncomfortable, perhaps she would have liked him. "Well, then," said Tom. The stout lady was sighing. "Why we ever come here, Jack, these stairs." "You know it is lots of fun, Phoebe. Go along now. You like it as well as I." He spoke immaculate English and urged her with a slap on her rump. "Well, the people, the food," he chuckled, "the mysterious bottom of Signora Sani's pot. One more hoist, old lady, the air. Where else, pray, can one meet such a delightful assortment of bulls?" "Don't call them bulls, Jack Corn. Call them detectives. Here we are, dear." David and they entered together. "Corn, I am glad to see you." Tom reached over the table and greeted him. "How's business?" he had added to David and Corn's woman with a perfunctory politeness. "Me, my dear friend, Mr. Corn," he laughed. "Same profession as myself." The three sat opposite Berthold and Tom and Lunn. Mrs. Phoebe Raymond was on one side of David. On the other sat Dunia Smith. All of them laughed except David. He looked at Corn. a big athletic fellow clad in sombre serge. He had black hair and a significant nose. Why had all of them laughed? "I've never seen you here before, Mr. Markand," said Phoebe Raymond. I come quite often." "Well, I don't." She looked full at him. "One gets so little time." Her round face was pretty, but it was fat. Its petite features were lost in flesh. Her bosom obtruded like a robin's breast. David seemed to see, investing the round comeliness of her mouth and nose, layers of sloth and greed. A scaly dimness was already over the blue eyes. "I like small gatherings more, don't you?" she confided. "One could get to know a person then." David had the sense that if he drank enough of the wine, Mrs. Raymond would seem very pretty indeed. He began to eat. Words pattered and burst about him. The food had an exotic charm. The air was full of heated eyes and bodies. Glances and edged remarks trembled like flung spears in the flesh of the women. David kept still and went on eating. Phoebe Raymond tried to engage him in talk. "My husband and I were in Maine at the time. Do you know New England, Mr. Markand?" "Of course he knows it. Can't you see it written all over him?" "Phoebe," it was Tom drawing her away, "how dare you talk to my friend about your husband? Have you no sense of decency?" The immediate half of the table was his. He played it like an instrument. His eyes were too bright and too hard, thought David. He had little to say to him, to Dirthel and to Lunn, to the women on David's side, to Hill even and Langora. He had more to say than to David, most of all to Corn. But he looked often at his friend, sharp glances, while his attention swathed from right to left. David was enmeshed in his running comment. All Tom said seemed to run through him and knit him. "It is hard not to be moral," he said. "One is pushed so into good behavior." Jack Corn sat back smiling. He was a strong man. He was very quiet. "What do you think of good behavior, Corn?" Tom asked him. "It is as good a game as another." He paused. "Surer. But why should we want to be sure, since we are already sure of death? Look at Dunia there. She has never done a risky thing in her life. Run over her investments. Burton Klein, La Soule, all good gold bonds. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, my dear. You remind me of Markand's uptown relations." "And what are you crowing about?" Dunia retorted. "You're as safe as an eel." "I have at least the good manners to be ashamed of it." Tom laughed. "To hide it and even lie about it. I'm gaining strength." He looked admiringly at Corn. "Here, old man, I drink to the logic, to the beauty of your life." He held forth his wine glass. Corn raised his to his eyes, nodded and sipped. Tom drained. "Did you get that, Davy?" he said, the contempt Corn showed in answering my toast. "I do not blame him. I've never earned his respect. Think how he must despise you." Corn did not turn his head. Lund grunted and smirked in his plate. Dunia and Phoebe came to David's rescue. From Dunia, "I'm sure Mr. Markand is braver, much braver than you." From Phoebe, "Jack denied that you despise Mr. Markand." Tom drove ahead. "But I'll earn your respect yet, Jack Corn. I may be earning it now." Christian Hill was nudging Miss Groves. "He's a wonder, is Renard. You must get him. The other man, the one in the black suit. Madeline, he is—" Hill whispered in the young girl's ear. Her fork clattered. Her little eyes lost their dim cunning, became bright and large. "Really?" she gasped. She gazed at Corn and was speechless. Her hand went to the old bead bag in her lap. Talked like a comet, drew to the head of Tom and Corn. They held it. They swung it. It was a dazzle of gyre to the jerk of their directions. At the further end of the table, Signora Sani came and went, scent imperturbable. She was a woman of more than 40. Disillusion was sweet in her firm, strong face. It was a preservative. It did not keep her pretty. It kept her content. Her features had set. It was as if they had thrown away their woman's tricks of blandishment and surprise, as if they had sold their power to impassion at the price of passion itself. At her side were Lagora and Letty Dew. These three alone were intact from the ebullient pole of the other end of the table. Lagora was incapable of an objective interest. He ate seriously. He spoke to Signora Sani. He nagged Letty. The eyes of Miss Dew wandered from their circle between her plate and the ceiling to David. For a moment their gaze softened. Something swam in her eyes. Something stirred like a cloud's rift in her mind. With a violent gust of smoke, for she smoked incessantly, she blew it away. "But I maintain," Tom said, "that the law makes the game all the more delicious. The more rules, the more brains to overturn them. Corn smiled and nodded. Goethe put it in der Beschränkung seit sich der Meister. What does that mean? Tom was held up. Just about what you are saying, replied Corn. Well, then Goethe is right. Everyone laughed, except David. Tom raced. I like obstacle races. I like hurdles. Society is made up simply of men who run flat, like you, dear Corn, or go in for steeple chasing like myself. Now I have a friend. Tell me, Corn, what do you think of this for manipulation? It was amazing, thought David, how little Corn said for one who held such sure attention. With the married girl, he controls her. Do you see? Of course he must pay his minimum. Let us say his taxes for that. But say what you want, love or no love, there's always about the same ratio of satisfaction in a love affair. Eh, Dunya? He baited her. Come, Dunya, tell us for once. Down with the veils. Is there so much difference but whether you love the man or not? I'm convinced that woman's pleasure is utterly subjective. Who gives it to her is of no consequence, unless she lets herself be imposed on by society. Society's mandates, standards, sentimentalities. Won't you enlighten us, Dunya? She looked at him with a defensive sharpness. How did he guess how women felt? How utterly subjective passion was, at least in her. Phoebe also stirred back in her chair. His arrows were scattering too near. How could he tell? He was peering mischievously at her, that she strove often to forget her man in order to be happy with him. You see, she won't tell these women who think that being dumb is being secret. As I was saying, he controls the lady, and she controls her husband. And since he is high in power in the world downtown, my friend controls that also. No prettier, no more outlawed game could be imagined. I maintain it is pretty enough, Corn, for your praise. Corn chuckled. Tom raced on. David had the sense that in a circling way he was the jail of Tom. Tom threw out flaring lines, struck here, flung there, with himself as center of his operations. He lost this sense. It was replaced by the poignant one that Tom ignored him. If anything remained of the earlier impression, merely that the avoidance was planned. Tom paid more heed to everyone in the room. His attention was flattering and was canny. He baited Dunya, but Dunya could not bait him. Dirthel and Lun were subsidiary strings that reinforced his theme, and the women. He wove his complex music with the lives and thoughts of all those present, and when he noticed David, it was to prod him, to hurt him. Then still another sense, David began to feel himself separate from this noisy element he was immersed in. He put forth spiritual fingers to explore it. He drew his shredded findings in. He began to explore himself. He felt a hazardous balance swung safe from fall by an impalpable thread between himself and this room, himself and Tom. Even the gas lights, naked and stiff and hot, were elements of Tom. He was on the other side and was alone, but there was a joy in the experience of separation. He was apart, impregnable. He could poise somewhat the laughter, the surge, the flexion about him, arrive at himself. Was he impregnable after all? Why then hurt? Wine-soaked soft these men and women, these prisons of sense. Sense swirled unhindered, upward danced with spiraling cohesion beneath the gas lights. The door pushed open again. A man, dull-shouldered, with heavy head and tread and unlit eyes, came in and nodded and sat down at the end of the table beside Corn. With the door wide for a moment, a strange world stood in the hall beside the room, a world cool and hidden. He was also an accustomed guest. He came with heavy breath, as if each breath lifted a weight of flesh against some obstruction in his gullet. He nodded dully, with a brighter gaze, alone for Tom. "Too bad you weren't here earlier," said Tom. "The law needed your defense." So he was dully aware. His eyes peered out like a big dog's disturbed at feed. "I think Officer Murphy might do well to arrest you all," said Dunya. "Oh, you couldn't have them do that," cried Hill with a slightly trembling voice. "It is such fun breaking all the commandments." "So long as glasses are not broken," said Tom. "How is work, Murphy?" asked Corn with a serious, full face whose irony was far beyond the detective's wit. "Oh, slow, Glub. Ain't much, Glub, doing." Murphy looked up and down the table, interested at last. Lacking something, say, Flora." His gross voice thrust out a little of the red. The gathering paused momentarily about the intrusion, swirled about it. He was a gap in its midst, a load on his vital spirit. His fleshly dullness must be smeared over with raillery and laughter. The crowd began to digest him. Murphy disappeared. He half now dissolved, was an added strength in the room's swelter. Tom rode the wave of broken personalities and whipped it and steered it. Legora forgot his duties toward Letty and tried to make love to Flora. He flattered her. He owed her money. He thought it might be well not to have to pay for his dinners. Signor Sani flicked off his words like flies. She was learning the unlikelihood of being paid, and Letty, due released, allowed herself to gaze full and long at David, who was back in the storm, taking its breast, distinguishing no thing. Phoebe was moist and breathing hard. She was safe, however, beside Corn, her sense of safety crowned with smugness, her bibulous affection. "I believe truly," she said to David, "we should be going." She had said this over and over. It gave her the excuse she somehow wanted for finishing each succeeding glass of wine. She spoke measuredly. She was passionately anxious to have David know she was more the lady than Dunia, Smith, or Flora. Letty leaned over and smiled at David. Very suddenly David smiled back. Letty scowled. David was hurt. As soon as he looked away, her eyes were once more on him. Miss Groves, cool, unliquored, chuckled and took the varying scene. She wondered why Mr. Renard evaded her diagnosis. She knew that later Hill would try to kiss her. He would take her home in a cab for no other purpose. She was debating whether she wanted to be kissed by him or no. It might be fun. He was a married man. There he was, pendulous, at her side. He looked down, more daring, at her light-lashed corsage. How far dared he be mad? Was Madeline worth madness? The price? He was dismayed to find himself sobering under his question, deciding against it. "Damn it!" He jumped to his feet and brandished his glass. Let's be. His voice died down. "Free souls tonight." He found his seat limply. It was his tragedy to be sane. This Madeline Gross, pretty though she was not yet the creature for whom he expectantly and religiously waited, not yet the love for whom he was to abandon his wife and child, with whom he was to be lost in the sacrament of irreparable folly. Not yet, perhaps never. He was sober. He put a bottle to his lips and emptied it. It gave him a stomachache. He began to recall that Madeline lived far uptown, and that a cab would cost a considerable lot of money. The night was mellow and soft. It grew smeared with the sweat of wear, hard with broken clusters of decay. It was over. End of Chapter 12, Part 1. Section 17 of The Dark Mother by Waldo Frank. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. End of Chapter 12, Part 2. Tom and David walked homeward in silence. David knew one thing, and it hurt. Tom had been showing off to the man called Corn. He had one question. At last he asked it. "Who is Mr. Corn?" Something quailed in Tom. He took his answer, flung it brutally against his quailing. "Corn?" He was looking ahead, far ahead. "Corn? Why, Corn is a pickpocket." There were no more words. They went down the hall of their home. Each entered his room. Tom closed the door. It was very white and very quiet and clean. He sat on his bed, resting his chin in his hands. He went on looking ahead, looking far ahead, seeing nothing. The alarm clock was obtrusive with its tick-tack tick. The window was open from the top. A faint breeze made the white mesh curtains stir. Tom felt a soiled self sitting on the bed, felt soiled feet on the tidied floor. Tom felt a desecration. He was up. He was almost like a somnambulist. He was in David's room. They were looking at each other. "I've done nothing. You fool, acting as if you were guilty," he said to himself. "Yes, Tom." David did not understand the stillness. Tom was in conflict. Are you sure you are not guilty?" Words cried to be spoken. He had none. "Don't be shocked, Davy," he spoke at last. "One must meet all sorts." "I'm not shocked, but it is strange. He seemed so intelligent a man." Tom pounced with passion of relief. "He is intelligent, Davy. That is life. You don't know how life is lived in New York. There are no sharp distinctions, Davy, between criminals and honest men." He stopped. That sounded wrong. He plunged in to make it right. "What I mean is, the ways allowed by the law, and the other ways. There are conventions, Davy. Nowadays, to get along, a young man must break in somehow. Strictly speaking, that is never quite a righteous—" He stopped again. David looked with gentle eyes. Was Tom pleading? Was Tom pleading for corn, or for another? Tom's rage came sudden, a birth of weakness. "Look here," he attacked him. "What a prig you sometimes seem, man. What do you know about life, you who have always gone a greased path, sliding into fortune? Do you think all men have uncles to do the cheating and the robbing for them?" David's fists closed. He held himself. By God, was Tom right? Tom felt his victory. He was enraged still more. He struck again. "If we all had the fat lap of your aunt to coddle us, or the pure lips of your cousin to teach us love for nothing, perhaps you think that any man who hasn't someone else to lay the dirt for him had better stay under. A lot you know about life." "But, Tom—" "Look about you. I don't apologize for corn. He is what he is. He is the typical social being, nakedly. The rest of us think we are the pretty names we are called by." He stopped. David was silent. A great fear ran through Tom. "When you learn, David, to be a man, to give a little understanding, you may deserve the friend you have." Still David looked at him, looked beyond him, searched for a reason. Tom went out. It was as if the air that enveloped David sucked him backward. Once more Tom was in his room. Its clear, white calm was unbearable to him. He would be less harried in the dark. He shut off the gas. He flung himself upon his bed. He could not bear the darkness. He could not bear the light. Doubtless next door David was quietly taking off his clothes. Slow, slightly puzzled, unbearable David. Oh, he could murder. He jumped up. Something dim, something gray, something dirty and simple and soft. This was his need. He rushed down to the street. Reaction. Tom was contrite. He watched David sharply, aloofly, even, and then did some good thing for him, some intimate thing none but a loving eye could have devised, and with a quiet tact. So there was David, more bewildered than before, but not David alone. He understood no less than Tom. The storm of their relationship seemed moving toward no issue. David was sick, a little sick. "You shan't go downtown today, do you hear?" commanded Tom. "This is a busy day for me, but if you don't give me your word, you'll stay home. I'll stay home myself to make you." He went out and telephoned to David's office. He came back with a doctor. Tonsillitis. Tom nursed him. Mrs. Lario found there was really little she could do. David had an assortment of dainties to sip. "This won't hurt your throat." He had books. He had a splendid array of cushions architected for his back to prop him for reading. Mrs. Dean came and found her nephew lying happy in the large front room. "More sun," Tom explained. It was no job moving the bed. "It is wonderful, child, how Mr. Renard nurses you. I would no more dream of interfering. You do not appear to be very busy downtown, Mr. Renard." Tom left. "Oh, no, Mrs. Dean, nothing to do at all. But do not give me away." David understood. Supposing work does go to hell. It won't. But supposing it did. Pooh! David could not forget such things, nor in their light could he forget Tom's accusation that he was selfish, that he had no idea of service. This one rift there was in the harmony of Tom's helping, a certain flavor of rebuke as he served, a certain stress and reminder. Here is how I serve my friend. Yet David could not be sure. The rebuke he felt in Tom's ministrations for his own lazy selfishness might altogether lie in his own guilty conscience. What did he ever do for Tom? So far as he could see, what did he ever do for anyone at all? His life was a sliding down greased paths. Fortune or no fortune, what hold had he on the way? Lying there on his cushioned couch, he found himself wishing Tom had not come back so soon from work in order to see how he was. And wishing this, he felt his guilt the more. In flashes like blaze in an empty sky, the emptiness of David came to him and filled him and gave him great hurt. Whither, indeed, was he going, and where was he? If Tom was querulous, irritable, weak, if Tom scoffed at his relatives, refused to be serious about his friends, and would hear no words of his loves, what was David to complain? His relations were nothing to Tom. He knew too well what earthly ones they were. Had David respect for his own brief amours? Was there one of his relationships with man or woman that was noble, that lifted him up? Was there one who worked for him and served him as Tom did? Tom was faulty, yes, but David was a monster in that he seemed to partake neither of the virtue nor of the sin of man. He was a trimmer. He was clamped down in some chill limbo. Knowledge came to him even now of his idle and empty ways, like lightning in a lazy summer night, flashing and gone, muttering afar, doing no work upon him. He was a spiritually sprawling creature. He had no coordination. If his heart was touched, how did his mind respond? If his mind, where was the response indeed? It seemed to David that what he did wore away the energy of his mind, dulled his heart, and what he felt and thought became impediments to those acts which his living called for. He was a loose-bound bundle of life rolling down a chute. In the fall, Constance Bardale telephoned to him. "I'm back. When can you come to see me?" It was always hard for David to meet a sudden situation on the wire. He needed a face and a warm smile to talk to. He was afraid he had been dull in greeting Constance. For so long a time he had not thought of her at all. "Then I'll expect you Saturday to tea." She had not suggested an evening. The choice of the formal hour meant nothing to David. "I must make her know somehow. I must make her know I can't go on." David said this to himself, going to see her. He did not recall that he had failed to write since the apparition of the little girl in the car. The poignancy of that vision was faded, but it had left its mark. In its loveliness it had blighted certain ugly things in his heart. Disappeared. The condition whence sprang the ugly things was still in David. He was not cured. He was merely bitterly aware that he was not well. Constance Bardale appeared different. Her new Paris gown was strange and stiff, and he did not like it. She was far away within it. Even her voice had the apartness of alien adventures. She took his hand swiftly and maneuvered him into a chair. "It is good to find you so flourishing. What do you get out of New York air to make you flower so?" "I thought of you particularly in a little Normandy town where we stopped with friends, a Napoleonic baron, very plebeian, that for France. There was a gardener of the chateau who had the one true aristocracy, a big brusque fellow. How he adored his flowers and his vegetables. He reminded me of the way you are sometimes." David thought how hard it was going to be to break the news of his resolve to Constance. It dawned on him now that it might be unnecessary. "Of a sudden she has decided for me," he announced, amazed to himself. He looked at her once more. She meant discovery. For months now she had been far from his senses, but his mind had thought her close. Now his mind knew her far away, and his senses clamoured. They were at a point far anterior to their first warm meeting. No hint of intimacy, no hint that it had ever been, no credible sign that it could ever be. She talked fluently. Her words and gestures took on for David the nature of a sinuous veil, a blank blue of smiling nugatories, behind which the woman he had known retreated. Apart from her now, as he had never been, he wanted the warmth of her nearness. His resolution to break off was a dim thing. He could not understand it. He sat there and had forgotten it. This helped not at all. Her way with him was beyond the mutability of a resolve. It seemed a natural condition. It was as if she had looked on him never closer before. She was a lady with all the aloofness of her sex, not one to let him fling off her clothes, let him lie beside her. The hope was monstrous of what once without hope had been fact. It was over. In his chagrin he could not find the comfort even of supposing that she had sensed his decision and simply gone before him. He could not lave his hurt in the thought that his long silence with her in Europe was perhaps an introduction she had understood to her own course. He was like a child, so aware of his own grievance and of the sanctity of his mood, he had no knowledge of hers. Like a child he came away routed, fascinated, fingering over and nursing his several hurts. But looking back, what humiliated David most was not these bruises to his pride, was rather the dispatch with which he had recovered from them. Neither the revelation of the little girl had held him, nor the shaming lesson at the hands of Constance. neither inspiration nor defeat. He had a slow, pervading sense of his unchastened nature. He dined with Caroline Lord, no rare occurrence, but this time Constance was no more, and for the first time Miss Lord said, "Let's try to amuse ourselves for a change. What do you say? Don't you think it's a confession of no resources to be always going to the theatres? You have never been to my apartment. Come and see me tonight." They walked up a residential avenue east of Central Park, where the cars swerved swift and remote between sedate, slow houses. They climbed a high brownstone stoop. They passed through a corridor, echoing faintly with their steps. She lighted a table lamp. Color spread out from the emerald silk shade above a tidy stack of magazines, showed the room close and impeccably neat. Each chair was in its place. The broad couch with its upstanding cushions was smoothed of wrinkles. Grey curtains stood discreetly before all windows. It was a cool room, methodically pitched. David found himself not terrified by its neatness. Miss Lord seemed to be glad when he sank down on the couch and rumpled it. He let his head lean against a steel engraving on the wall. They both laughed. A new Miss Lord. She was letting David talk. She was silent, so the moral tone was silent. Her body spoken. After all, it was a lovely body. David chatted. He was out of himself. His words came frictionless. His words slowed down. He was aware of the stimulus that had taken him out of himself, that had made him chatter. Caroline Lord. He saw her. Hands rested in her lap. White, strong hands in a wide, strong lap. A body luxuriantly full. It was strong. A wave of light from the lamp touched her hair and made it aglow in the room. She had, without words, a maternal comeliness. She looked down while he spoke at her hands with a girlish reserve. David got up and kissed her. She flushed and did not respond. He kissed her several times. He was up to leave. She stood close under him. She was warm. A certain discomfort needed her firm body, cloying it. She took his hand, looked down at it. She looked up to his face, not quite meeting his eyes. She squeezed his hand and pressed it against her waist. She said, "You can't really care for me, David." So David knew he did not really care. But she had one charm, the joy there was in bringing a timid flush upon so strong a body. He came frequently. He delighted to kiss her. Caroline Lord loved to be kissed. She had not planned this. She had, in a deep way, planned nothing in her life. But she had the gift, as each new fact dawned on the rim of her world, to be convinced that she had ordered it. Since David was there, the nephew of Mr. Dean, and since her senses loved his kissing her, she planned a marriage. The unfortunate circumstance was this. By the time she had hatched her plans and cleared the way in her mind, she had already tasted the delight of being kissed by David, and this was unfortunate because she felt as part of her campaign toward marriage the need of circumspection in such advances as kisses. David noticed no change at first. Miss Lord feared to go too fast. She had a sickening sense that she might lose all in her effort to gain all. She found herself shamefully willing to temporize and to enjoy the evils of the day. But as he held her in his arms, her little shifts began. She said to him, "David, you do care for me. David, if I felt that you could misunderstand why I let you kiss me, oh, David, it would kill me. David, what is going to become of us? I feel that we must be doing wrong." David began to feel how she was indeed asking him a question. She was expecting something of him. He must give her an answer. He said to himself, "She wants me to propose to her. Oh, I am sorry." His passion was gone. He was too kind abruptly to stop his visits. It would have been the kindest thing to do, but David was not egoist enough to know it. He came less often and left her alone. He tried to talk to her. He realized how little talk there had been in the happy visits, how fully those evenings of delight had been evenings of kisses. The talk wearied him. The moral tone was pervasive and obtrusive. Give yourself," her blood cried against her temples. Had she given, she might have won at least a part of them. David was in no state to resist self-bestowal. Unknown to himself, he was wandering through life, seeking the life that would exchange with his. Nowhere had he found it. Without vision of that, he would be ever tantalizingly remote from capture. He was swollen in her senses now that he held himself stiffly away in his chair and listened to her words. Her power to take in flooded her body and mellowed it, left dim her eyes whereby to see him. She saw his sweet heaviness beneath the drab of his suit. She had a sense of her fingers running through his hair, of being drunk with him, and it was possible. The room was quiet and suppliant. The lamp was dim for such secrecy. She fought against herself, and passion ran through her, melting her, drenching her like tears. But she was a lady. She had not reached 30 years to be seduced by a boy who would not marry. His visits filtered away, ceased. Again he invited her to an occasional lunch. In his heart, from it all, there remained chiefly self-rebuke. He had not been a gentleman. He had kissed her with casual flippancy. She had not understood. Why, he wondered, was he so superficial in his way with women? Why was their hold on him so slight? This was not love. Tom must be right, and love did not exist. Friendship was the deeper, lovelier passion. At times he recalled the little girl in the car, or his mother. An added year upon the emptiness of David. He had a dream. He was in a pit, or was it a well? He groped round and round its circular bottom. He looked up. Far beyond his eyes was a dimness he knew was light. It hurt him to look up. It made him dizzy. It made him tremble. He groped round and round. Then he stopped. Quite still, the bottom of the pit swung up and struck against his eyes. Tom lashed him from behind with a whip. "Go ahead," Tom muttered. David faced about. The well began to swing maddeningly around with shattering strokes like a vast piston. The bottom where he groped swerved up, went up high, high. He had the sense of a terrific altitude. The well was upside down. He was tumbling, rushing down the well. Beneath him, infinitely far, he saw the dimness he knew was light. David awoke. Horror crept over all his flesh. He clutched his bed. He lay there, stabbed by every mutter of the night. It was long before his mind that was cowering far in a corner of the room came back to him, sat with him, took away his fears, before the stirrings of the dark silence ceased to be a shatter and shriek in his nerves. It was long before he forgot the dream. He made no effort to remember it. A dream was a bit of nonsense also that its mere coming to his mind brought back the streaking of darkness into veins of horror. It was not long before he put to himself for the first time a question. What was killing the friendship between Tom and himself? For an uncharted time he had been in fever, in trance. He had not looked at all. Now, seeing with sudden eyes, he saw their friendship and how it had changed, and how a blight was on it. Always there had been flurries of irritation, swift misgivings, shadows. How much else there had been? Warm communion, the sweet living in Tom's strength and in the knowledge of his caring, the sheer delight of watching his clear mind cut through the mists of life, like a bird soar and sing over his head. Where now these delights? It came to David how, for a long time already, they had not been. Tom came home without taking his dinner. He was not hungry. Also, he knew that David would be out. He sat motionless in his favorite straight-back chair and took the storm of his senses with heroic grimness. In such an hour David's absence moved him obliquely. He was glad of his solitude in their room, fearful of the tread in the hall that must break it, and yet he was listening, yearning, suddenly possessed of the sense of something missing, and that thing vital, and that thing David. He caught himself back in an eternal question. If he were here, what would you say to each other? This raging schism there was in all his thoughts. He yearned to hold David, and he yearned to be rid of him. Two monsters, these desires, feeding upon each other, feeding upon him. He helpless against them. If he wounded the one, its hurt was strength to the other. How could he kill the one without being overwhelmed at once by its opponent? In their balance he was torn away by conflict, yet in their balance he was saved from some black annihilation he could not envisage. How could he lose David altogether? In what realm lived his wish altogether to have him? David came in. Night had crept up sweetly from the street. The city brooded in memory of an August which had come like a woman's madness. It was still warm. A breeze came dancing through the open window. The room where Tom sat rigid seemed faintly a swing in a sea. The glow and scent and murmur of the city was a wave, heaving the room. The wind whipped it gently. David came in and saw Tom sitting so strangely stiff. He stopped. Tom this time had not budged. He looked at David. He saw his open, gentle face and its sweetness. He knew how unbearable it was that he should lose him. "David, won't you come and sit down?" David came, crossing the room. He stumbled on the rug. "David, what is there wrong between us?" His head was turned toward his friend. David looked. There was Tom's full face, pleading toward him. His eyes were bright in the shadow. They glanced with a sharp pain and a great welling wish, like tears. David's hand instinctively went out. He rested it upon his own knee. "I don't know, Tom. I don't know." Very faintly he spoke. There was a warm moistness in his mouth. "David, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for so many things. But I love you, David. I am your real friend. You believe that, don't you?" "Tom, I don't know how." "What have I done to make you doubt my friendship?" David's chance, simple and naked, stood the issue between them. Let him but meet it. Had he not grievances enough? No, he would not say grievances. Had he not reasons, inexorable reasons? He sat there looking away toward the window. Swiftly now. It was getting dark. The frame of the window seemed very far away, dimly etched out against the surrounding darkness. The window was light, with a vague stir that was heliotropic. David gazed on it. His mind had the sudden need of grasping reasons. Reasons were scurrying, scattering, melting away. His reasons for doubting that Tom was his friend. Where were they? Why did he want reasons after all? Was not Tom sitting there with tears in his eyes, no dimmer than his lights, pleading for faith? Had he not previously understood with a rare insight he was proud of the problem of Tom? Here he was, collecting reasons, picking up reasons, missiles to strike with. Why not? Was he not unhappy with Tom? Was not his whole life poisoned by this poison that hid in their friendship? He was not seeking stones to attack with. He was seeking defense. Many reasons there were, if only he could fasten his mind. How strange it was, swerving about, to take them up. Tom said, I know. He was mentioning faults. He was proving they were no reasons. But we are friends, Davy. Oh, do you not feel there is no one I love like you? Not my sister, Davy, no one. Everything I would throw away to help you. My work, my ambitions, what makes them bearable, David, except your friendship? Can't you understand? There was something wrong under the precision of Tom's words, something wrong above the clouded stretch of Tom's emotions, something wrong. The reasons, for God's sake, the reasons. David began to stammer. You tell Lun and Dirthel you are their friend. To me you run them down. How should I know? He stopped. Tom was silent. No, this was no reason. David could know. David needed no proof. He had to forgive these stupid relationships of Tom. How should you know? Asked Tom. Ask yourself, David. Groping again, there sat his friend. He felt him like a flame in the dark. Why was he, David, crouched there, gathering strength to strike him? Why could he not accept him? Past pains, past miseries, he had not wanted better than to accept him. What had cast him off? Surely not his desire. Tom it was who made him not accept him. He was not fighting. He was holding himself safe. By God, holding himself clean. Reasons against Tom. What help do you give me in my troubles? He said low in his seat, half to himself, placing his words before him very near, as if to look at them rather than give them to Tom, lest he wished to recall them. I have my worries. I have to keep them to myself. Is that what I should feel with my friend? I have had problems with women. If I mention them to you, you sneer or laugh or turn hard, and difficulties with my relatives, worries downtown. I do not coddle you, David. How much he laid upon these words, and how these words were like a shaft, running slow from Tom to him. Did David wish ease and flattery from friendship? Did David wish help that might hurt, or soothing that would hinder? David was childish and selfish. No, Tom could not take so seriously his petty affairs with women. Oh, yes, he knew about them, every one. Or his untidy problems with his uncle's family, or with his chief downtown. No, he was not David's wet nurse. If he wanted a friend, one who took him ever upon the most real level, who by dint of treating him as mature and strong might help him to achieve maturity and strength. David again gazed at the light casemented from the night-packed room. There was something, yes, there were reasons. These were not the true ones. Let him then say aloud, These are not the true reasons, Tom. What would happen? Tom's quiet voice. He was quiet now. Why was his voice not always so quiet? Would ask. And the true reasons, David? His answer. Let him now bring forth his answer. Why was that silly nightmare protruding in his mind? Tom was aflame in the room. it burned him, let him come to hate it, to avow his hatred. It seems, Tom, that we are so very far apart. Oh, but were they not near, to whom was David, these past years growing and nearing? I do not know how to express my dreams, my ideals, Tom. I'm not ashamed of that. I've time to learn to express them. But they are real. I fed as if to you. They are not real. You have no love for them, no faith. He was silent. He went on. When a woman is going to have a child, she has not seen it. She does not know how it looks or what it will be named, but it is real to her, and she loves it. Can't you see, David, that this child in you, this dream life at your heart, is what I love more than all in the world? You are perpetually hurting me, sneering at me, stabbing my efforts to understand with your logical proofs that understanding and ideals and truth are nonsense. Is this, then, why you doubt my friendship? That vague thing in my heart is very near to me. And to me, David. Then why do you say the things you do? And why, Tom, why? Yes, David. Why do you do the things and lead the life you do? Oh, David, if you would help me to understand. Are you sincere? No, David, I'm not sincere. Help me to be sincere. It seems to me that sincerity must be there first of all. We are not all so fortunate as you are, David. I do not understand. Nor I. I want to be sincere. I want to be strong enough to be always, always sincere, as I am now sincere only with you. Tom, what does all this mean? Can't you believe me when I tell you I do not understand? I try. Davy, it hurts. You ask me for help. I've helped you often, Davy, perhaps most when I seem cruel and harsh and distant. Isn't that true? But you seem to think I must be always strong. My mind, my poor mind, you expect so much of, Davy. I hate it at times because if it has helped you, it has done me disservice. It has estranged us. I am weak also. Oh, dear, dear boy, I am weaker than you. You spoke of a woman who is to be a mother. What is so strong as such a woman? Her fidelity to her child, her confidence, her vast, unuttered love, of which all her being is symbol. The breath she takes, the food she eats, is for a purpose. That is strength, David, even if she cannot name her child or call it. And you are indeed like that. You have a strength a little like that woman. I love you for that, David. I have no such purpose. When one has purpose growing within one, one's flesh and blood, it is easy to be sincere. When one has no such purpose, it is hard. Tom, you do not know how you hurt me. Will you stand those hurts for my sake? Why should he? Why should he? What load of service was Tom placing upon him? And the reasons for this? Tom was speaking again. All I can say is that all my life seems suddenly to run on edge, off track. It is hard to explain. Two lines faintly divergent at first, yet how they widen. Some little dissonance deep in my heart, and it creeps into all the words I say, at times into all the acts I do. The discord widens and multiplies until it shrieks. Do you understand it all? No, David could not understand. Tom could not understand. With bleeding nerves he had made this symbol of his self-division. It was beautifully true, but to make the symbol was not to understand it. Yet, although neither saw, they were impressed. Tom's words were nonsense, perhaps, but they were like song. They held their hearers the more raptly, since neither he knew that this was music. So birds, perhaps, listen to song and dimly descrying its beauty, which is its meaning, obey its call. David was silent. He was near Tom. A new plenitude in Tom that hurt him no less than the emptiness he had feared. A very faint pull from himself, a very faint losing of balance, as it went on from deep within him, invisibly deep, it widened toward the world. Tom sat still, seeing his hurt, seeing he could not heal it. He had to watch a bleeding he could not stem. He watched it now, with David watching him. He saw the dissonant thing that spread and shattered his world. He saw the deepest of his thrusts to right himself die far from the mark. And David there before him, with clear eyes, David ready to judge him, David in search of words wherewith to judge him. Tom came to himself in anger. All his efforts to be for once harmoniously himself rose up from its defeat and surged toward David. Anger for David, if he lacked fingers long and skilled enough to remove this cancer in his friendship, setting him balanceless towards life, then let him blot it out. Let David be blotted out. He turned against him. The worst thing about you is that you make me take you seriously. Your troubles are nothing but selfishness. Selfishness is insatiate. So is a dull humorlessness like yours. My lord, man, what a state you put me in just because we're friends, just because I want to think well of you, well of your interests and your doubts. What is it all about? Tell me that. What the devil have you to complain of? He stood over David and menaced him with words. You're a spoiled child. What you need is a mamma. If you had a spark of wit, you'd roar at yourself, roar at me when I'm fooled by your childishness into being tender. I'm to give and give and give. If I weary or get out of breath, I'm judged. Supposing I turned about just for a change and began judging you. David sat numb. The need of striking back, the need of defense. Where was it? Tom lighted the gas jets, every gas jet. The room showed yellow and hard. The light was like the lying of sand. The room was a barbarous arena. Tom's eyes were one with the blazing gas jets. Their bell. Sometimes I'm sick of it all, said Tom. Sometimes I wonder what it must be like just for a moment to be taken as I am, to be embraced in understanding, to receive. The door opened. Berthel and Lund came in. You have come just in time, he clasped their hands. You have rescued me from the presence of my Maker. Lund blinked. Berthel was sniggling already. He had caught Tom's mood, the directions of favor and attack. That was enough. Oh, ho, Tom laughed. Don't look scared. Markand is my Maker. Didn't you know that? Being with Markand is a perpetual day of judgment, even in the strictest faith that should come only once. Living with Markand never stops. Down, down, one must go on one's knees and stay there. David felt Tom's sneers cut him and bind him motionless. I'm sorry, Tom. I did not mean. Oh, it is easy for him. Tom broke his words. He was facing Berthel and Lund, who had found quick seats on the couch as one hastens to settle at a performance that has begun already. Tom's back was to David. Lund was peering toward him with his heavy head low on his shoulders, blinking and smiling. Berthel beamed into Tom's face. It is easy for him, you see. He has nothing to confess. His soul is empty of sin. Did you know that, you fellows? He can promenade about in his soul quite freely, as one takes a stroll by the seashore, altogether empty, I assure you, of sin. I must go dragging along. He paced up and down. He was very bitter. David was still viced in the hurt of the interruption. Well, Darby, how is the picture? It promises, my dear chap, to be the best you have done. Real improvement there. No, no, my friend, you must not let that happen. Stick it out. I don't care if it is beginning to bore you. Ability to stand boredom is the mark of power. Yes, inspiration is cheap as birds twittering. Sustainment of inspiration is rare as genius. It is genius, I tell you. Lund was happy. Tom praised his picture, called him his friend. He sensed that the reason for all this was devilish. It made no difference. One had to take Tom as he came. Berthel glared snakishly at David, dissatisfied that Tom's onslaught was in abeyance. David wished to right himself. Perhaps he was sulking. Perhaps Tom was watching to see what he would do. Let him try to join in. I wish you would let me see some of your pictures sometime, he said to Lund. Lund frowned ungraciously. Sure, with a stirring of his feet. Any time. They're immoral, David. Tom turned. They'll shock you. They tell the truth. They accept the world as it is. His voice had a sing-song emphasis, as if he were warning a child away from the fire. And what a world it is. Berthel had merely been waiting. He had not dared hope that David would so aptly accommodate himself to his hostile wishes. He fell in at once with Tom's accent. Better not see them. Markand, the women Lund paints aren't pure. The men aren't moral. Think of that, Davy, wasting his good time painting impure women. Lund bobbed his long head with delight. I would paint a pure person if I could find one. Tom came up to David and placed his hand under his chin. What about this? He said. David was stiff, waiting for the hand to go away. How can we be sure he's pure? Exclaimed Berthel. That is true. Tom stepped away a little. We must be sure. How can we be sure? David, give us your credentials, your proofs. For Lund's sake, David. Think of the unhappy fix he is in, painting nothing but wicked creatures. Think what an unselfish service you can perform. If he is pure, Berthel insisted. Yes, if you are pure, said Tom. All three of them smiled. All three of them fell spontaneously to this delicious game of baiting David. The ugliness of life, the folly of hope. These were their themes. They seemed to be baiting not so much David as a dream in David, a bloom of loveliness in David, thinking the world was lovely. This was the unbearable presence in the room, the maddening thing. This they joined hands and minds to blemish and befoul. David was stark with the treachery of Tom. He could manage Tom. It was bitter, hard, but he could manage Tom. These others, these living missiles of mud Tom used to fling at him, now he was weak and angry. Tom goaded on. Never had he been so lonely. Never had he needed David more. Yearning to fling himself on David's side, to his feet, his words grew sharper, falser. He is silent, mocked the emboldened Dirthel. Perhaps he isn't pure at all. This is important, you know. How shall we ever find out? But even if he is, do you think, Darby, that would make him worth painting? Tom leaned back on his heels and poised. David, yes, he said slowly, he is worth painting. Tell us, Markand, are you what you profess to be? Dirthel mock pleaded. David was up. He was white. He was suddenly strong and gentle. He walked to the door and opened it. Get out, he said. They sat there rigid. They looked to Tom. The gap of the open door was a drawing burn upon them. Tom said no word. He gave a little laugh and was silent also. Lund fumbled for his hat. Guess I'll be going. He rose jerkily to his feet. Dirthel rose glibly. They came close to David. His hand held the door wide open. They passed his eyes. They strained to hold to their slow pace. As they moved down the dark hall, they had the sense in their backs of an impending blow. David stood with his back against the shut door. He had done a violent thing. He was afraid he had done wrong. These were Tom's friends. No, by the truth, these were not. But by what human right? He could not look at Tom's eyes. He had a sense of guilt. All this sense of hurt was gone before his sense of guilt. Tom stood waiting for his eyes in order to tell him with his own how much he thanked him. David struggled with his body, turned it about, left the room. He knew he would go wandering, aimless through the streets. Tom was alone. His eyes had failed to give their message. He had not moved from his seat. He sat upright, rigid. Had sentence been passed against him? And why was it good? And why were his hands so empty? A strange despair crept over Tom, stiffened his muscles, dimmed his mind. So he sat, knowing not how long. A knock at the door, another knock. He lifted his head laboriously to see the door. He saw the room. It was cruel clear. The ugly paint of the woodwork, the neat pale paper cutting and empty against him, the rocker where David loved to sit and where he felt his absence like a poignant, mirthless presence. How terrible clear was the room's emptiness and the path of something sweet that had been there and was gone. Two grimaces remained, sitting on the couch, sitting for him. It knocked again. He felt that he was very faint. I had no supper, he said. It is knocking. He knew that his head was light. Come in. The door burst open, a little boy stamping in, a messenger boy, his face round and swarthy. His eyes roamed about the room like listless beasts, taking in nothing. Renard, he shouted strangely. His eyes wandered, took in nothing. Such tired eyes, such disillusioned eyes, so weary a boy. He was not there. In Tom's hands, a letter. His unconscious glance made him know already without knowledge it was from Cornelia. He sat holding the letter out as his hand had received it, unopened. What does she want? Beat sluggish in his head like an alarm, chiming through thick fog. He opened it. He put on his hat. He was gone. This sense he had very sharp, that he was gone. He should, he felt, have stayed in their room until David returned. But Cornelia wanted him. Coming to her, he had this detached sense that he was gone. She gave him both her hands. He felt her face, its sweetness, its dear sweet homeliness. He saw that she was glad he had come, and that she had missed him, how she would always forgive him, and how cruelly for near 2 years he had been treating her. She placed a letter in his hand. He faced it. He went to the couch suddenly and sat down. The pall lifted. That was over his great hurt. He knew how he was suffering. The world had been clear, their room, and he in cloud. It had been like a shrill closed lake under a hidden sky. Now all else was dim save the burning sun of his hurt. The letter was from their sister Ruth. It told of the death of their father. Tom hid his face. He buried also his hard hands in the cushions, that he might clench his fists and his teeth unseen. Cornelia placed her hand on his shoulder. She was torn by his weeping. He righted himself. His eyes were burned with tears. Cornelia sat beside him. She took his hand. She placed his hand to her lips. Dear Tom. She was trying to smile. Instead of the smile came tears to her also. She turned away her face, struggling, not understanding. I'm not weeping for father, said Tom. I'm weeping for ourselves. So are you. Cornelia gave way. She also hid her face in order to give way. Tom, stroking her hand, looked beyond them from the sun of his hurt into the dim world. End of chapter 12, part 2. Section 18 of The Dark Mother by Waldo Frank. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. Cornelia loved to sit by her open window and look out. She had the need of seeing the city clear, a cold pattern. Her own mind was chaos, and she saw no help to crystallize the swirling problems that consumed her. Like one who in great heat wins comfort from vision of cool waters, she thought of the city as a design carefully plotted out. It was not easy. Looking beyond her house with the street swarming in her eyes and the battlemented roof surging above her head, she was dim in reverie. In the dimness, the city lost its geometric outlines. It veered in and out of her grasp like a delirious dream. Its streets were parabolas freighted with teeming particles of life, which each had a centrifugal direction. It all was a frangent swarm, knotted, heaving upon itself, forever a shift. She saw it a monstrous replica of her own mind. There was no relief. She struggled with it. She said to herself, what is so regular as the streets of New York? When she dispelled her inchoate vision, also there was pain. For now she had the sense of streets cut livid through human lives. Each street was a sharp thrust, and heaped about it mounds of desiccated bones. At last Cornelia shut the city out. She sat in her little rocking chair with a candle glowing, and huddled upon herself as if her pains were a swinging swarm about her. With hidden eyes she came to a dim world of thought. She had never needed to find the word for what she felt toward David. Often she needed to say to herself in self-assertion, I am a woman. Her life brought doubt of that. Were women supposed like her to live alone and work and have no home and have no one to care for? Her instinct despaired often of the life she gave her body and her mind. In protest, sometimes it would speak, Am I a woman? But here was a harmony so deep it required no voice outside itself in what she felt toward David. Long since it was an atmosphere, a wide world she fed in or starved in, howsoever lived and would die in. She did not say to herself, I am in the world. She did not speak to herself of her own self with David. Endlessly now she worried about him, asked herself how she could help him. Still more frequently she asked herself how she could save him, and in her next question, save him from what? She was already deep in her tangled problem. She was like one who lived at the edge of a dark forest. Whithersoever she went, with a step there she was in it. Its tangled shadows were always at her side. Cornelia could understand, could also not understand. She had the sense that David suffered with her brother. She had the instinct of some struggle hidden between them, and of danger for them both. She knew not what it was, so it was horrible. It was like the nocturnal stirring of unknown life in her forest. She knew it was not merely the worldliness of Tom, his efforts to make David worldly. She knew how eased she must have been to believe it was no worse. But touching upon this, the terror still prowled at large. She had no hold upon her terror. It was years now growing on her like the loom of a curse. It blackened and dried her life. She lived with it. All of her being was a shrunken point, veering blindly about in order to forfend some visitation so obscure and vast that she was nothing before it. If it was fearful that she knew nothing to bring her comfort, it was fearful as well that she knew nothing to knit her fear. She was a little swirling point under a sky that was black. Sudden words came like jagged movements in her mood. She said, It is not for me that I am miserable. I do not want him for myself. God knows I have no hope of him for myself. It is not that. God grant it be true that under this all, it is not merely that I want him for myself. Oh, God grant it be only this. No other danger. I will face that. How gladly then I will give him up. She buried her head in her arms. She prayed. She knew not what to pray for. She had the sense of an unholy loneliness, of praying to herself. She sprang up, wide-eyed, looked at her long, transparent hands. She said aloud, Why am I alive? A thought came sweeping and cleansing. She was like a sea, torn by swift winds. Now suddenly a sheet of rain came down and smoothed it, soothed it. So a thought came glancing and offered peace. I do not have to live, it said, and that in her which alone she did not question, which alone needed no words, since her whole life was its word, gave answer. No, what of him? With David in trouble, I must at least be here. Once more she was a sea, churned by the winds of her dilemma, but at least she had the faith that it was good for David that she should live. No faith this, rather the matrix of her life, the hollow of the world in which lay her sea, however restless it beat. Through the city walked Tom. He and his thoughts were a nimble line, parting the city. Through the warm weather and the thick crowds of men and women he cut. Past the great loads of stone he made his way. He was in Cornelia's room. It was as if his path had left a wake, half fire, half blood, where his thoughts simmered and soaked into the living city. "Cornelia," he said to her, "what is there wrong with us?" She looked at him. She loved him. She was glad always to be with him. Why did he not come back to her? In that way alone could she save him. If he stayed where he was. "Let us cheer up, Tom dear. We are depressed. I wouldn't have thought that father's death could depress us so. You know better than that. Is there anything more wrong with us, Tom, than with the world?" Tom smiled wanly. "How like a woman that is. However deep we rot, if the world rots as deep, no matter. You women accept the world, Cornelia. That thought which to you brings consolation would make me desperate." She said, "Perhaps we have not found ourselves yet, Tom. And father's death has suddenly set me to thinking where we are, and you to feeling. I'm not thinking of father. Ruth's letter made me think far more of Ruth, poor wasted Ruth, and Laura, bitter, sick Laura. I think of them." "Are they the only victims, sister?" Cornelia was pale. She drew back in her chair as if Tom threatened to strike her. Tom leaned toward her and with a quiet voice went on. "Cornelia," he said, "father is dead, the father we revolted from and left. Tell me, sister, how have we improved upon him?" There was a silence. There was calm, very deliberate in Tom. He was smoking a cigarette. He took the red-tipped toy and held it before his eyes and looked at it. He blew on it with his half-parted lips. His lips were very hard against his teeth. The burning tip of the cigarette flared for an instant under the draught, burned more ash. "Is not that the question which haunts us, Cornelia?" She had no word for him. She felt he was unjust and cruel. She was helpless under his mood. Always in the past she had been able, the sister, the mother in Cornelia, to veer him from himself and from herself when his mood went shattering. She had been wise and poiseful. Now she lay quivering with him underneath his words. "We don't talk very often, do we, of father and the past? I wonder why we avoided them. Were they not the scene of our great victory? Where is our pride, Cornelia?" He was deliberate and slow, his irony stiff like a rod. "Just think," he said, "what we left, what we overcame. Father, he is dead now. His remains, all of them, including Ruth and Laura, lie rotting on the farm. We should be able to make some sort of estimate of what he was." She wanted to stop him. She wanted to know. Tom was right. Let them make some estimate of what they were. "A man whose blood had turned to poison. Do you remember how he used to beat his daughters? The thing to remember is that in that he loved it. He had one successful daughter, Laura. She loved it also, and the world we lived in, Cornelia. Few children are brought up in so real a world. We alone had no illusions about America. We knew that in America, quite as elsewhere, only the few were to be saved. The rest were damned. We knew that the deeds of the masses were damned deeds here, quite as in Europe. Yes, were there illusions about what he told us of the Revolutionary Fathers or the pioneers? We were wise children, and the reason was simply that father taught us to see the truth. Have you ever thought of that? He taught us better than he knew himself. For father saw through the real world. He saw what a cold and lustful monster it all is. But he had his way of refuge. He had his God, who had predestined him to heaven. Blessed Father, he had his revenge, for there was always the same God, damning the irritating mob to hell. For his sake, sister, do you see what I mean? Father gave us his knowledge for weighing facts, which means that he gave us his disillusions about earth. But we did not stop there. We turned the same power against his own fairy tales. God went, heaven went, hell went also. All that remained was the earth that he had taken from us. Tom was silent. He smoked measuredly. He went on. Father was a happy man. He had a place to go to from this desecrated world. Father was a strong man. He had his God. Where is our God, Cornelia? He sprang up. His eyes flashed. Deep anger was with his hands above his head. He sank down once more and dropped his cigarette. We have no gods, he said. We have lost the old one. We have won no new ones. He smiled with the same hard, half-parted lips. I'm not sure that we were so very wise. All the searing and desecrating vision that Father gave us of this reality was mere preparation for his faith. He and his kind helped desecrate the world in order to enjoy their heaven. Without his heaven, is this reality he gave us altogether truth? Where are we with it? What is an abortion in relation with a life that is fully born? We rebelled, we left him and his blows and his hell and his God. We took with us the corroding poison of his blood. Were we not fools, Cornelia? But, Tom, what else could we have done? Nothing, of course. Then perhaps be brave and honest for once, a little more like Father. His souls in hell could also not have done otherwise. Tom, I won't believe. He cut her short. Very well, then, what will you believe? His smile was over her, a hateful, bitter triumph. That is it, precisely, don't you see? What will we believe, Cornelia? He came and lifted her out of her chair. They sat down on the couch. His hand was very gentle on hers. He kissed her. We are neither the old nor the new, sister. I sometimes think we are nothing. We are not happy. We are not strong. We have no gods at all. We are unhappy, Tom. He looked at her fiercely. Are we that? He asked her. Have we the strength to be unhappy, to remain unhappy? Oh, how I wish I could believe that. He was grasping both her wrists. He dropped them. No, he said, it's a lie. We are nothing. We are not even martyrs. I with my law, my successful rotten law, you with your paltry remunerative art. We are on the way. Something is on the way. Through us, perhaps, through the wilderness of life. We are they who shall fall by the wayside. He looked over his shoulder out of the window. The night was a blue haze, deep and far. It was streaked with the murmur of men, with the glow of a million lights. A tremor ran through him like the pulse of blood, and came about them seated in the room. Let us face that, Cornelia. But, Tom, in what you said, that is faith of a sort. You spoke of a wilderness to go through, of a way. It must lead somewhere. There must be something else. For us? Perhaps not for us. I should like, Tom pondered, to have some church in which to perform a service for my father. She looked at him close. His head was down. She took his face in her hands and touched his shut eyes with her lips. Dear Tom, don't I help? There was a great hope in her. If she could find him again, hold him again, Tom, her first child. He was searching her with eyes. Her lips had opened. Her thoughts ran on. Dimly she felt the peril in her thoughts running along. No, Tom was not her child. Tom no longer. He was like her. It was true. Only he would not accept. She knew the wilderness of life stretched mountainously far beyond where her feet could bring her. She knew the truth for her in what Tom had said. She had hoped not for herself but for him. She had hoped falsely. They were one. They were one. For there was another who was so infinitely more that they were nothing. And so her mind ran on while Tom's eyes searched her. David was not maimed like them. In his eyes was the promise of a new God, and Tom was waging war against that promise. Talk as he would, understand as his mind made him, Tom waged war against that faith in David which he lacked, strove to snatch it from him, steal it and wear it dead, rather than let David go on alone with his eyes living. She had said to him, Do I not help? With an uncanny closeness, Tom sought in herself the answer. Cornelia turned her eyes away. She could not look at her brother. It was her brother whom she loved. Yet turning away her eyes, she felt that she was leaving him by a wild wayside to parch and perish. She felt that even so let it be. All of her must be girded beyond him. He also had said no word. He went to the window and stood there looking out. She knew that both of them had understood. 12 years before they had set out on a great enterprise together. They had come up from a common childhood which was a common suffering. They had reached being together. Everything they had was a thing they had shared. The sere soil of the world was a single path they had travelled. Their hands had been joined, now facing each other over the communion of their years. They were prepared for war. The bitterest of all was this, that it seemed natural. It was as if their common anguish, the hopes born of their hated home, and the fruits they had wrung courageously from their adventure, pointed inevitably to this end. For the most natural of all was this, that the end also should be bitter. The death of their father had brought Tom for the moment closer to Cornelia. He was coming again to see her. There had been months without a sign of him. She knew that when this mood wore out there would be months again. If she had questions of Tom, there was no time to lose. It was bitter hard to bring herself to speak of David. She did not flinch. "How does your friendship stand with him?" she asked him. "It is stormy. It will always, I guess, be stormy, but it will always be." They were at war, but they were generous to each other. Their war was a hidden and a sacred thing. It was not more nor less than the confronting of themselves upon the path they had helped hew and helped each other walk. It was a hidden thing, but they had no desire to conceal it. They were open to each other insofar as each could be. They were the brother and sister who had waged life and war together. "Do you think it is helping, David, this friendship that will always be?" "I've not your acute moral sense, Cornelia. How should I know?" She bit her lips. "Why," he asked with his ironic smile, "why don't you ask if it is helping me?" "You have made it plain to me, Tom, that you do not need my help. Out of self-protection I had to withdraw, thinking too much of that." He nodded as if he understood and agreed. This hurt Cornelia. Even the words of contradiction would have been hostage to something precious. "David is growing masterful. That much I can say for our friendship. I told you how he turned Lun and Dirthel out of our place one evening. What I did not tell you was this. The following day David was contrite. He wanted to apologize for the splendid thing he had done. I would not let him." "Why?" "What he did was himself. It is himself I care for. I will not let him be a renegade to his own instincts." She laughed at him. It was an effort, turning her bitterness to laughter. "In the contradiction, you simply had a higher sort of triumph. Don't you think I understand? You labor to beat him down and break him. When you see signs of your work, you turn about. When you get him beaten and broken at last, doubtless you will have no more use for him." "Doubtless, Cornelia." "Tom, leave David alone." His cutting calm had parted her restraint. All of her fear threatened to burst out. She was close to Tom, beseeching. In a moment her hands would be suppliant. He let her plead. "Do that for me, Tom. Leave him, insult him, turn him away." "I often try to. It's no use. I can sustain no mood long enough for that." She was blinded by his words into a sense of hope. "Oh, a little longer. Send him to me. He never comes to me now. He will if you send him. I'll help you, Tom." She stopped. She saw the folly of her outburst. Was there not war between them? He was there with his irony. "What have you really against our friendship? There is something unreasonable in this. What is it?" "Of course I shall send him to you. I promise that." Never had she seen him so contained before her. He was winning a flourish and a dare in his promise to send him. She pressed her lips with hands that had been almost suppliant before her brother. She would accept his ironic bounty, turn it against him. Many a battle was lost through excess of confidence. She could not answer his questions. "You talk positively, sister, as if I were ruining the lad, instead of slowly bringing him up." "Bringing him up to what?" "Well, to what, I ask you." "Tom, I cannot explain. There is something here I cannot explain. I want David to be free of you. That is all." "So you can have him, is that all?" "You know that's a lie." She was breathing hard with her hurt. He examined her. "Yes, that is a lie." "That would be a reasonable reason. Too reasonable for you. I could respect that, even cooperate with it, if there were any chance of success." For an instant he had tricked her into stirring toward him. "She can't expect me to crucify myself and David for your vague, philanthropic folly." "No, Tom, I cannot." "Then, Tom, are you altogether frank with me? Do you really think my haunting fears are due to a selfish cause?" "No, Cornelia." Do you think, Tom, answer me on your honor, do you think they are really vague and foolish? Waiting for his word as he stood silent, she found that she wanted him so to think them. His answer came, no, they are not foolish, and only we are vague about them. Tom! She must look out. She was so weak before him. She was ever so near to dangerous pleading. She straightened herself back. But since we are so vague, Cornelia, necessarily so, I call the whole discussion nonsense. He was flippant over her tragedy, over her life. He was clear-eyed, admitting it, and then he was flippant. He stood next to her with his light grace, and she hated him, for he was the brother whom she loved. He went and did not for a long time come back. He stayed away too long, but he wrote her a note. Dearest sister, in accordance with my promise, I've urged David to go and see you. I scolded him for a thoughtless friend. He is thoughtless, you know. I've found that out many a time to my unhappiness. These books I'm sending you I've just read this year and liked. I'm sure you will like them also. Lots of love, dearest sister, and good fortune, Tom. How sure he was of David, how sure he was of her. She saw that he loved her in the same deep, confident way of their younger brother whom she had nursed and led. The eternal way. She had unending hurt for this, for how could she deny the call of his love through his little note, and how could she answer it? She was torn. She knew there was now a reason for Tom's staying away. She wondered if Tom knew how he tore her. But if he had written her coldly, cruelly, would it have been less cruel? Cornelia found herself nursing in her arms a life that she must make to thrive against all hazards, the little life of a great resolve. She looked at it and gave herself up to it. Dimly she knew that if she held it close enough and warm and endless against her breast, it would gain in strength. David must be saved. From now on she went about it with it. While she worked or played, seldom this was, and went through the grimacings of a social creature. While she slept, there it was ever upon her breast, that David must be saved. He had not come to see her. She said to herself, it is no matter. To have seen him would have been joy, or rather ecstasy, so packed she could for many days have had her joy of it. It was no matter, for she had no plan. What would she say to him, or do, when he came? Let him stay away until she was more ready. It was bitter to know she had not come, and she expecting him. It was no matter. Her sleep was a strange thing. No real dream. Streakings of thought and dream ran through her night like falling flames, so that her night was neither sleep nor waking. It was an endless trembling between two worlds. It was a part of chaos. She lay there, and her body was a restless weight holding her down. She was like a little boat tossed at anchor by a broken sea. Her body and her consciousness, these were the anchor. They kept her from running wild with the waves, and the waves kept her from being quiet at her anchor. She was torn. She was a continuous play of hindered movement. When the day came, she lay there wearied as if she had been swept by a great fury. Her nights were streaked by these running ribbons of dream, and always they were the same, insofar as always they were really nothing. They were David, her problems in David, her plans and her helplessness to solve them. Never, even in her sleep, did she sink to some quiet haven of dream with David, have him there to talk to gently, to be with gladly. Something surging within her took this great wish and cut it up into bloody fragments and strewed her night with them. All of David was never there, nor all of a single moment with her holding his head on her breast. David's laughter, or David's troubled frown, or David's voice, or merely David's name. David, 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 falling down her night like drippings of blood, and she lost in this welter of struggle between wish and the real, unable to take sides. There was no rest in such nights. She lay on her narrow bed, cast up in her cell-like room as upon some rocky shore, and looking back upon her sleep, she had a sense of a delirious underworld, yellow of hue, with veins of livid red wriggling athwart it, and of herself who followed the veins. It was a shattered and scattered self that had been thrown through the night, thrown somehow intact upon the shore of the morning. Like a bruised woman, she was out of her bed. She placed the coffee on the gas burner and took a bath. Cornelia had no pleasure of her body. Unclothing herself, she did not care to look at her lean nakedness. It was as if she had feared to find great bruises upon it. She laid her gaunt hands on her breast and shivered, for it was cold, and the water was none too hot which she had heated. She noticed how small were her breasts, and that they had begun to droop. She remembered that once they had been beautiful, and that she had been tempted to use them for a model. She had not dared, since then people would look on them, and after all they were girl breasts, not those of a mother. Now they were neither. They were beginning to shrink and narrow and droop. They were becoming the breasts of a woman who had not lived. Yet looking at them now, Cornelia felt no sorrow or regret. She took fading as she took the world outside her. She was outside herself. She did not care if her breasts were no longer beautiful. Who indeed had ever seen them? What good had she had of their beauty? She stood before a dresser and put on her clothes. She dressed meticulously. There was no warmth in the care with which she braided her thin hair and knotted it into a Psyche back of her head. What was her hair to her? There was no warmth in her choice among her waists of the ones she would wear that morning. She smoothed the loose ends under the belt, and it tidied the little linen collar. Her hands were fast at their work. They did not fail. Also, they did not linger. Very neatly Cornelia spread a napkin for a cloth on the table and placed down the tray and proceeded to eat her breakfast. She took a slice of bread and butter and an egg and 2 strong cups of black coffee. She loved coffee. It was her one real vice. Lately she had needed it more than ever. Night gave her no rest, and coffee weakened the pall of morning. She cleared away her dishes. There was her work before her, and it was time to be working. She looked at the little huddle of clay on the level of her head. She unwound the clinging cloth. She knew that she was bored. It was nothing but a huddle of dog clay. In it was lost somewhere the head of a boy. It was her task to find him, to bring him out, so she could go on when her model came. She found she did not care. The clay and the boy's head were remote. With all of her effort, she could not bring them nearer. She looked at her work as if it had been the work of another person, very dim and very weak and very far away. She saw that it was hopelessly bad. She saw that Tom was right. He did not take her art with any seriousness. That did not matter. Plenty of people did. She had won prizes. She was on committees of exhibition. Last year the Metropolitan Museum had brought her Dawn. But all of this was wrong. She did not care. She knew her art was worthless because it bored her. It was a task. Ever since she had had time to give herself to it, it had not deceived her. Ever since she was an artist, she had known she was no artist at all. David never spoke of her work. It meant nothing to him. He said he did not understand such matters. Nonsense. She remembered his childish outburst of joy at a Chinese vase they had seen one day in a shop window on Fifth Avenue. What did he know of Chinese vases? Yet he had loved it. Had he once captured such a moment from her casts, it had perhaps been different. How strange it all was. What an ironic time of it the world was having with its men and women. She had yearned to escape in order to be an artist. She had left home, risked life. She and Tom slaved, at one time nearly starved, while she pursued her dream. Here she was, Cornelia Renard, sculptress, and ashes in her hand. But what was more than strange, she did not seem to care. It all seemed natural enough, like a tale whose end she knew and whose telling bored her. Tom was right. She found she had unconsciously redraped the wet rag around her model. She thought of David. The resolve. How dimly she reacted to life this morning. Not alone this morning. She had never thought even of looking out of the window. Look, it was snowing. She leaned against the window seat. The snow came swirling merry through blue air. There was little wind. The street was muffled and passive, strangely quiet street under the merry snow. David might have come. Did he hate her? She wondered. She was importunate, glorying perhaps. Young blood hates such a woman. Almost she blamed herself for the fact that her nights were streaked with yearning for him. But he does not know. He does not know. I've not bothered him, really. She pleaded with him. Let her have at least her nights of broken dreams, her days broken with worry. She had definitely given up her modeling for the day. She had a sense of relief. Giulio does not seem to be coming at any rate. She excused herself. She went on. If he comes, I'll pay him and send him off. Why should she worry about work? She had plenty of money. She had enough left over from last year to take her through 2 seasons. She spent so little. Her relief widened and deepened. It was as if she had found for herself a holiday. Let her be alone with her reveries and her anguish. Let her vegetate if she would, or die. Let her art die, at any rate. Who cared? As she went musing about, she hummed a broken aria from Tristan, very broken, since all now that came from her was broken, and since, besides, she had no ear for music. But often she went to the opera, away upstairs, and listened to the clouded passions of Richard Wagner. Almost unknown to herself, she had taken a pile of papers and all the paraphernalia of watercolor from a drawer, set it out on the table. There it was. She looked at it and smiled. "Oh, you lazy one," she said, half aloud. "What an escape from your real work! What nonsense!" Under her hand was a set of sheets she had already daubed. A new foible this, which she never more than half allowed. There was much of her father in Cornelia. Her sculpture, she admitted. It was work. These blind, wandering daubs were play, were some sort of dissipation, were nonsense and wicked. This morning Cornelia was indulging herself. Giglio had not come. Let her be wicked. It was no worse to be wicked than to be a wearied artist. So she spread out her daubs of watercolor and examined them, and they were unlike the model of clay in this, that they seemed near her. She let her eyes and her mind wander among them, and they were very near herself. She grasped a brush and wet it and sat down. Something dim came over her eyes. It was as if they turned inward. Cornelia relaxed. Her breathing came more like the natural ebb and flow of a tide within her. Her head and neck fell easily forward. She had the sentiment of having returned, sweetly and without effort, to her night. It was like the coming to a loved trysting place. She was once more with her sleep, streaked in shreddings of dream. Her brush made strokes on paper. Suddenly, whatever this was she painted was done, for she stopped. She left her night world. She held out the sheet at arm's length and tried to look critically at what she had committed. She tried to laugh. It was a very mad and incomprehensible design. It was nonsense, but she could not laugh at it. The colors were somehow lovely. Of course, color was not everything. All the little paintings were different, yet each of them, in some mysterious way, was a record of her broken nights. Each of them had come to being while her mind returned to some dim hinterland and found her nights and brought them back. Swaths of color passionate against a brooding background, spirals of flame in space, parabolas of red and gold and green dragging a fever across darkling worlds of black and gray. In all of them was a phantasmagoria of design Cornelia had no name for, but could not wholly reject. They were herself, the diary of her passionate anguish. No one would ever see them. Whom did they hurt? She had joyous rest in looking at them, in letting herself out among their distances. She promised herself that she would always laugh at them. When she felt a little stronger and her fight was won, she promised herself to leave them and return to her art. A thought came sudden from the outer world. "Why," she cried, standing up, "it's Thanksgiving Day. No wonder Giglio did not come." She put away the sheets of her confessional. "I must have a walk. Goodness, I nearly forgot. People are coming to tea." She had marketing to do. The stores would still be open in the morning. She trudged through the bright pink snow. She said to herself, "I wonder if I am mad making these mad pictures. They are mad. They have no subjects or anything. Well, I don't care. Supposing I am mad." The pink snow danced lazy through blue air. The city was a great beast snoring with snout on the ground. She pondered. It sometimes seems to me things are not really half so clear and concise as we artists make them. I wonder if we would be more concise painting these misty moods. She saw how fluent and filmy a thing was the snowing city. People passing were strokes of smudge across the snow. They aren't really like people at all. Noses and limbs and thoughts. But she was at her shop. She was buying chocolate eclairs, very clear things, these, with particular prices. Her inspiration melted in the sticky air. Cornelia had no fingers to grasp these luminous moments fleeting across her. As she came back, a little cavalcade of ragamuffins pranced and begged pennies. She gave each of them 5 cents. They danced and cavorted in the snow. Their faces were running with grease and paint. The boys were women's skirts tucked high under their armpits, feathers in vast broken derbies abandoned by their fathers. The girls were trim in trousers, their little buttocks pointed rakishly back under their flowing curls. "How like flowers they are in the snow," said Cornelia to herself, "and the great monster city with his snout snoring away. They'll tickle him with their antics. He'll shake himself and snarl and swallow them up." The mood was thinning. Once more she was thinking of David and of the tea that was to be a torture. What did she want of friends? What did she have to give them? How, with no work and no joy in her heart, was she ever to pass through the countless hours of life? A doctor would have said to Cornelia, "The trouble with you is you do not eat enough." Thus this day, when Cornelia was once more in her room, she was too tired to go out again to dine, too bored to cook a dinner for herself. "I'll eat at tea," she explained to her sense of unfitness. She brewed herself a cup of coffee. That was easy. She recalled her last Thanksgiving. She and Tom went together to the New Jersey Heights above the Hudson River. They dined at a mushroom farm. What a jolly jaunt! Only a year ago, the last she thought of her excursions with Tom. A silent rule they had had always to spend their holidays together. A rule unbroken for 12 years, broken now by the war between them that broke all things. She sat sipping her coffee and wandered over the frozen hills where their feet had struck. They pitied David laughingly that day. As so often on set occasions, he had been gobbled up by the Deans. The conventional time they found for not counting on David was the conventional feast day. She remembered what Tom said. These families have so little imagination, they cannot even invite a chap to dinner except on a public holiday. Cornelia thought now how good it would be to be embraced in some convention. However stiff it would be warm to be shut in tight. She had been alone the Christmas of last year. She was not used to it. Christmas was coming again. She made herself a little mound of cushions on her couch and settled with a book. It was a silly novel someone had given her. There, uncut, was the package of books in the corner, which Tom had sent. Something kept her away from them. She was not sure what shafts Tom might thus unsheathe and aim at her. She was not suspicious, but indifferent. Her mind was torpid. They must be heavy books. She would have to work to understand them. The novel, on the contrary, did not make demands enough. It was the story of a belle of Philadelphia, loyal to the Revolution during the British occupation. It was very plain that the lovely American was to win valuable secrets of war from the vicious British officer who loved her, would give them after hazardous adventure to Washington's aide-de-camp, who was her true love, and so help win the war. Sure enough, there she was galloping the dangerous country to Valley's Forge. Cornelia's mind wandered as she idly turned pages. She put down the book. Her mind was a weary woman stumbling with dead feet across the snow. She ached. The snow had stopped. A gentle pall came in from the muffled world. The elevated trains were a memory. Life stirred like a larval city hidden from her eyes. The name of David and the eyes of David and the thoughts of him cutting her face and melting. Cornelia was on horseback, although she could not see her horse. She was hurrying to Valley's Forge with an important secret. Her horse stumbled. He was forever turning back. He was trying to carry her into the snare of the British officer. The officer was a short, slim man. He was Tom. Cornelia was lifted up. Her eyes seemed to peer through a viscous film and parted. She lay there, prostrate now, and conscious, neither asleep nor awake. She felt the weariness within her body, and the great strain of how she lay like a rack upon her. She was tired. Could she not sleep? Could she not have rest? Let her but stretch out and relax and fall away deeper down where the hectic grays were black. She remained as she was. She felt that she was tied in a hard knot. She was caught in the vice of her nerves. She could not swing herself free. She could not hold herself fast. She lay there and suffered. Though she was half asleep, she could feel her energy fall away in her strain, and her thoughts bound and strike her like iron balls. When it was time, she got up and prepared the tea things. The day was low and away. Where had it gone? It seemed to have left her behind. She had the haunted instinct of having been abandoned. Looking back on the day, it seemed a vivid thing, swift and heavy with laughter and paint-smudged children. It had rolled over her body and left her behind. She was bruised by its passage. Day of Thanksgiving, and here about her now, where the day had been, a void, gray like her sleep, within it just such scant scatter of life, herself. Each little thing that stirred, a teacup against the saucer, the tick of the clock, had 1,000 jagged echoes. The bell rang. It jangled against her nerves. Cornelia gripped herself. She had a sense of her head careening. The door opened. She went forward and smiled. A stately woman with a gentle face came in. Behind her, a little dapper man. She kissed Cornelia. Seeing Cornelia, she stood on the threshold of some passionate understanding. But her husband broke the warming silence. He ran about the room and chattered. He was very gay. Cornelia smiled wanly at him. It was Sylvain Purse, maker of fashionable portraits, and his wife, maker of Sylvain Purse. They sat, the two women sheathed themselves up so the little man should not be hurt with any truths. Mrs. Purse was a woman bathed in a sweet melancholy. Her fine features were a little vague under the dawn of her gold hair. "What a jolly place you have here, you know, Miss Renard." exclaimed Mr. Purrs. "How I envy you your simplicity. Ah me," he sighed, thinking with satisfaction of his luxurious studio on Gramercy Park. "When you're married," he intimated treacherously, but his wife did not mind. She knew Cornelia's opinion of her husband's talk. She knew her own. The trouble was precisely that her husband had never given her the excuse to leave him. Cornelia's mind was a twilight swept clear of the mists of the sun. Each nerve stood out alone and took its toll of its surroundings. The bell jangled again. The young girl came in, diffident, spring-like, before a tall, dark man, with head thrust stiffly back, so that he seemed to be leaning in the direction contrary to his coming. Cornelia greeted her with real pleasure. Cornelia's sudden brightness was like a pitiful flower budding above strewn ashes. "Helen, I'm so glad you thought of coming. And this is Dr. Westerling." She shook her hand silently. "I've heard of you." She was not interested, really. She introduced them. "Miss Helen Daindry." She had expected the Purses only. No one else would come. The little party caught from the hostess the sense of its completion. It threw out its arms and wove a comfortable net about itself. It settled down. The talk ran easy and subdued, a sluggish circulation without this temporary creature. Mr. Purrs was suave with words. His wife had a poise that cradled all the room and gave the creature rest. Dr. Westling was taciturn, but he was intense in listening. He was a pleasure to Mr. Purrs, and Helen Daindry sat there sweetly, neither talkative nor silent. Cornelia had no need to exert herself. The party would be an easy one. It would live and come to a good end. She found herself looking more and more at Miss Daindry, drawn to her by a fascination bittersweet. She wondered why. She asked her senses. They were clear in their reports, like bells. She was a little woman, half girl, not more than 22. She was rather plump, but gently so, and with grace. It was a quality invisible, like perfume, that came from her. Under her prettiness, a sturdy note. She must be capable. Her eyes were a light blue. Cornelia saw them in the candles she had lighted. But her mouth was straight, long, even, and her chin had strength in its womanly rondure. Looking at her, Cornelia felt the great good health of this woman. Her career told something, but what Cornelia's sharp nerves now gave her told more in an instant. Miss Daindry was a college graduate and a student in medicine. She was going to employ her science not in practice but in expert work among the children and mothers of the city. This sounded serious, almost too forbidding, but the girl, sitting quiet and drinking her tea with a sober head, as if this were a meal, not a convention, was different from her work. She was at once lovely with youth and indestructibly firm with a quaint mother sense. Her stalwartness was about her girlhood, protecting it, as her strong, full body was about the dance of her eyes. Cornelia mused away. She need not worry about her guests. Mr. Purrs had aroused Dr. Westerling to talk. He was saying serious things about the advance of science in America as compared to Europe. He had spent 4 years in Paris, Vienna, Berlin. It was plain he knew. Whatever he said he knew. He had taken up Mr. Purrs's challenge. We are children in art, as one would take up a problem to be answered. In America, he said, our art is science. Cornelia watched him detachedly. He was talking really to impress Miss Daindry. There was a caress in his voice as he said science. What did it mean to him that had a body and soul? He loved Miss Daindry. Did she love him? No. Would she? Cornelia leaned back in her chair. For the first time she noticed the tilt of Miss Daindry's head on her lovely neck, the whimsical curve of the cheekbone, and the clear, almost protrusive outline of the jaw. There must be something Irish about her. Her father, Judson Daindry, he was Scotch, doubtless her mother. Also there was something romantic, a pinch of romance like a pinch of explosive powder. She was steady, her thrust in life was sure and long. This was one reason why the assertive and uncertain doctor loved her. But in order to set her off, that pinch of powder, did the Jewish scholar, exact and intransigent, hold the needed spark? Cornelia thought not. How those blue eyes could gleam! Could they gleam for him? Of course, she pondered, she might marry him. Unlighted. He must have a pounding, indefatigable way. Look at him driving his point into Mr. Purrs, who was really not so very concerned. Yes, she might marry him. If no one else touched off the powder, if she remained unaware of it, she might go unmellowed through life, unfertilized. Such things happened. It would be a pity. The talk was animated now. The party bloomed to its fullest life. Miss Daindry was curiously self-conscious about Dr. Westerling's oration. She was teasing him, how steady she was, for one with a perfume so diffident and sweet. He did not like her jests. His mind sensed only dully what they meant, sharply what she meant behind them. For some reason, a rebuke. He bore it. He was used to battle and to resistance. He was used to rebukes, but he was uneasy. The cruder lists of argument and quarrel were more to his measure. It seemed to him that this Mr. Purrs, if he was an artist, needed a lot of informing. We have here a tendency. He found the need of explaining his debate to Miss Dandry, to misjudge America by overlooking what America excels in, and wishing in our hearts she were merely another Europe. Mr. Purrs was suddenly agreeing. He saved the doctor from another teasing. He was nothing if not a soother of self-important people. He was marvellously informed in the prerequisites of his art of portraiture. He knew who Westerling was, not rich, but already an emerging figure at the great Magnum Institute. Great men sat for portraits. Westerling discoursed on the need of a new critical scientific standard in art. Did not Mr. Purrs agree? Oh, indeed. It was nonsense, was it not, to say that values in beauty could not be determined like any other element in a material solution. Painting was a chemical solution. Music and poetry were physical solutions. Sound waves illustrative of certain documentary matter, which of course was open to intellectual appraisal. He was very interested in that. I was invited some time ago to a private recital of Locke, you know, that Russian pianist. He played many of his own compositions. I asked him to state to me in scientific terms what his music meant. Why, for instance, he used seconds and sevenths, where Chopin employed thirds and fifths. He was quite dumb. I assure you, I needed no further proof of what I had already expected. The doctor had meant to say suspected. The man is a clever charlatan. But he plays so beautifully, pleaded Mrs. Purrs. We cannot trust uneducated senses any more than we can uneducated people. No, decided Cornelia in herself, this is not what she wants. She had been watching Helen Dandry with a growing singleness of interest. She saw how the girl's body faintly stiffened when the doctor spoke. She was aware of the implied direction of the source of the heat of his words. She was attentive. She was respectful and impressed. And yet Cornelia felt a specific turning away in the young girl's mind, a wavering of interest, almost a recoil and a revolt from this intellectual tribute. He did not really hold her. When she wandered, Cornelia saw her relax. Now, during these last long words, suddenly Miss Dandry turned and met Cornelia's eyes. In them a twinkle of disdain, a gladness to be looking away. "Have you heard Locke?" Cornelia asked her. Dr. Westerling still talked. "Yes." "Do you care for him?" "I think he is very wonderful," said Miss Dandry. In her remark there was specific rebellion against what Dr. Westerling was saying. Cornelia noticed. It proved to her that there was danger, after all, of the doctor's winning. Suddenly she said to herself, "Why do I care?" She had been watching Miss Dandry. Now for the first time she watched herself to know why she was watching. As she went groping, she understood. For a long time she had walked through a dark cave with a lantern, placing it against the dripping walls, seeking a certain thing. Sudden there was her lantern against it, what she sought, and she recoiled. She withdrew her light. She did not want to see. With her body strained and her nerves singing against the pull of her will, she lifted her light again. She forced herself to look. She felt it in her heart. She could have no doubt of it. Helen Dandry was meant to make the rescue of David. How clear it was, terribly clear. The one way. She wondered by what painful blessing she had not seen before. She knew that she had seen and had not wanted to see it. It was too bitter, too cruel, unfair. How could she stand this who was willing to bear all things? This giving David into the arms of another woman. How could she be sure? How dared she? Reasons had tumbled upon her. Knowing was blotted out. Now what had been dim was clear. What had been so hard seemed strangely natural and easy. She looked at Helen. She felt her presence. Never had she so felt a life before. Helen was lovely and girlish and strong. She would lead David the way of his dreams, the way of his young gods. They must be her gods also. She would lead him firmly. Her sense of right was clear, like her blue eyes. Feeling her there, Cornelia loved Helen Dandry. Her heart went out to her. Her hands pleaded to embrace her. She seemed to hold her face in her trembling hands and to look deep in Helen. Yes, she was lovely, for she was to be the beloved. She was sacred, for it was she who was chosen. Tom's hold would fall away when once David turned and wanted to move toward Helen. "Bless you," her eyes said. "God bless you, and do as I want, and love him as he deserves." How very certain it all seemed to Cornelia. There sat Helen Daintree, talking, smiling, frowning a little perhaps, and nothing had been said, nothing had happened. Yet Cornelia was sure that this girl would win David's love, and win him from Tom and save him, win him forever from herself. So let it be. There was no bitterness in her heart, no hurt, it seemed, for all of her was the fullness of her hurt. Her hurt was about her, surrounding her like air. Without it she must have stifled. She wanted to get up and take Helen's hand and kiss it. She was her David, looking at this woman. She wanted to kiss Helen's eyes and tell them what it was. They would soon see. She forgot the doctor. She no longer saw him. So sure she was. She sat there full of her vision. Nothing has happened. They need never meet unless you force it, was a faint whisper she had no ears for. She must go on in this greater ecstasy than she had ever known. She must make her vision live. Who was she, Cornelia or David? Or was she the sweet, fresh girl with the loyal eyes? A great faint ease moved through all her body, as if she were bleeding to death. She had no words to say to Helen, nor to herself. She longed only to touch her hair, kiss her eyes. David was to touch and to kiss them. Her nerves, that had been taut and clear in the drunkenness of fasting, slumbered now as if they had feasted. Her eyes were dim and saw no further thing. She was indeed swathed, warm and happy, like one bleeding away and bathed in her own blood. But nothing happened. She had no further sense of the room, save that it held her up, nor of the easy talk, save that her knowledge of it let her float slumberously in the sea of her blood. All her blood was outside her. It was no longer a beating surge within the pent walls of her soul. She was emptied of desire and of pain. She felt that something was to happen. There would come some proof to her vision. She would look upon it sweetly as upon her death. She awaited her death. She was smiling. The bell rang. The door opened. David came in. End of chapter 13. Section 19 of The Dark Mother by Waldo Frank. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. David had long intended to see Cornelia. Tom reminded him more than once, reminded him perhaps a bit too often. There was a stubborn touch in David. Something within him seemed to resist his going, and even he knew moodily that the something was kin to Tom's insistence. He had a way of sallying forth on a Sunday afternoon, resolved to walk an hour and then go to her place, and of forgetting. Until it was too late, he would say, "Next time I will not forget." At last, the next time came to be Thanksgiving. He dined with the Deans. He had no plans at all for after dinner. The dinner would be big, he lazy. If his uncle offered him a cigar, and Lois was amiable, he might sit around all afternoon. He did not much care. But his uncle had his erratic ways. In and out of business, one never could tell about him. Doubtless the moody angles of Lois were due to her father. Sometimes he would treat him as a man. "Have a cigar, sir?" David accepted and liked this. Moreover, the effect of a cigar was always to make him heavy and sleepy, unfit either for walking or a visit, in no heroic mood for visiting a friend toward whom his sense of guilt made him uncomfortable. Then again his uncle would light his own cigar and forget him, perhaps even say, "Well, children, I'm going to take a nap. Run along." He napped on the dining-room sofa. This happened on Thanksgiving. Lois was somber. David knew that her engagement, it had never been more than a casual trial, was broken. Once more she was in the open field, and more cynical, more difficult than ever. She had been spiteful, it seemed to David, on this feast of Thanksgiving. For the first time in a rare long stretch, he had almost preferred the flinty steadiness of her sister. Lois had nothing to say to him, to do with him. When she spoke, she managed an air of objective and disdainful interest that was worse than indifference. As if she were thinking, what can this specimen possibly have to say? After dinner she struck out her hand and smiled formally into his face. "Goodbye, David. I've a date, and it's late. Can I drop you somewhere?" He spurned her offer. He found himself out of the house. It was still snowing. He had a sentimental turn over the snow and his loneliness, his being turned out lonely into the snow. He began to trudge and to enjoy the walk. He had had no cigar. He was clear-headed. The snow ceased. The air of the darkling city was soft like the touch of silk. He trudged for several hours. 5 blocks from her house, the summons came to Cornelia. He hated the Deans that afternoon. It was an old track in his brain that led him now from them to Cornelia, as his old revolts had led him 3 years before. True, Mrs. Dean had said to him, "You can stay, dear, if you want, and entertain me." True, the thought came that this might have been more comfortable after all. He did not want to go home. Tom had a way of wreathing their room in smoke and cynical smiles on holidays. It was plain that the time had come to go, as his feet now took him. At the tea, nothing visible had occurred. Cornelia was behind her guests, far away, pleasantly so, since as she held a rebuke for him, it was far away also. There had been a girl with a sweet voice. He did not recall her face. He had come late, left early. Now a note from Cornelia. She had scarcely seen him on Thanksgiving. She wanted to see him. Would he come the following Sunday to tea? He was there. She was not alone. This was rather strange, thought David. Evidently she was not so anxious after all to see him really. He had exaggerated her feeling. Doubtless she did not care enough to have a rebuke for him. At least he could not detect it. It was a pleasant afternoon. With Cornelia was a girl. My dear friend, she called her. Miss Helen Daindry, a very sweet girl, thought David, rather distant. "You funny person," she said to him, "why didn't you offer to take Miss Daindry home?" "I thought I'd like to see you alone for a minute." "Nonsense. You know you'd have preferred escorting her." "Well, is it right, at a casual tea, the first time you meet a person?" "The first time? Why, David, you met Miss Daindry on Thanksgiving." "Oh, did I?" She was looking at him with a cloudy reserve on her eyes he could not understand. Why should she be offended if he did not remember Miss Daindry? Did Cornelia love her so much? "Now run along," she almost put it out. He thought her strangely cavalier and distant. He enjoyed her. For the first time in long he did not find Cornelia cloying. There had been none of the warm discomfort. He was glad to come again. He was glad now, in his supine state, when he was lifted in any way from his comfortless closeness with Tom. It was a little party Cornelia entertained quite often. She had always said in the old days, "David, I do not invite you. What should you do with all these stupid people, stupid and self-important? When I see you, David dear, I want you." Now, how different was Cornelia, how light and easy to get on with. David began to question, should he really want to see her alone? Could he succeed? He came to just such a party of self-important people, nondescripts of whom he had met none before, with their endless chatter about remote, elusive topics, and wished to see none ever again. It was almost like meeting an old friend to find Miss Daindry there. He reckoned that she and Cornelia must be fast friends. She was strange. Each time he met her, she seemed to him so different he could not be sure he had met her before. He talked with her a great deal that evening. Cornelia said, "There is only one person here you could possibly be interested in. Don't mind being selfish, dear. Devote yourself to her. I'll manage the others." He did. He scarcely spoke with Cornelia. A pause of several ordinary weeks, a visit to the Magnum Institute. "Would you like to see the great laboratories and the hospital?" Cornelia wrote him. "Dr. Westerling said I might come and bring a friend." David escorted her. They went through a long, high room, cold and metallic and full of corrodent odors. It was painful to David. He felt that he was being cut by a very sharp steel blade, so that there was no pain, and yet it was painful. Miss Daindry was there in a white apron and a white stiff blouse. It seemed to David that the hard starched linen must cut into her softness. His teeth were a bit on edge, and he was afraid to look too close at the acids and the test tubes full of evil germs and the smears of blood. The doctor explained a culture of gelatin in which grew billions of organisms and over which Miss Daintree pored as over a cradle. This brought nausea to David. He knew he was silly. "I would not want to be a doctor," he whispered to Cornelia. He saw that she too was in pain in this chill temple of science. What held him most was that Miss Daintree had no eyes for him at all. She followed the white-aproned doctor in rapt submission, and Dr. Westerling, David was sure, did not like him. He looked quizzically at David's wandering attention. He said to him, "You are not interested, I guess, in medicine, except when you have a stomachache." "No," David answered seriously. "Isn't that the one time when I should be interested?" For a moment Dr. Westerling appeared to like him. His eyes widened, took David in as if with the help of a new light. He began nodding. "Why, you are right." He laughed. Miss Daintree came up. "What contribution did you make, Mr. Markand, to medical science?" David was sure the doctor stopped liking him at once. Their meetings were casual, but they were not infrequent. Miss Daintree, he thought, must be a remarkable woman, for she was always affable to him, and always knew what he had said last time. Yet her mind must be replete with significant affairs. How could he doubt through it all her strict inaccessibility? One day she said to him, "Why don't you come and see me some evening, Mr. Markand?" and laughed. "Why do you laugh? I almost feel you have vowed you would never ask of your own accord." She was full of assurance and of a sweet timidity. It seemed to David she was so high above him she could fulfill whatever whim she wanted and lose not one jot of her stature. Such a whim doubtless was this. "Oh, I should love to come. I didn't really." He stopped. "Do you really want me to come, Miss Daintree?" She saw that he was serious. "Why should I ask you?" That was convincing. "I don't see," he said, "what you could possibly find of interest in me." It was the beginning of the impulse he was always to have with her to speak out his mind. She answered him seriously, too. "I want to find out, perhaps," she said. They were in a box at a theatre. It was a special matinee of a comedy by Bernard Shaw, a strange new genius out of Ireland. Cornelia and Miss Daintree had arranged the party. "Shaw deserves to be supported," Cornelia explained. Even Tom had been willing to come. She heard every word that passed between David and Miss Daintree. Her neighbor in the box was a young man she had never met before. He found her strangely distracted between the curtains. He said to her, "But after all, Miss Renard, what are we to think of this man Shaw?" She answered vigorously, nodding. "Yes, indeed." David was going to call. What a stubborn child he'd been. A good sign deeply. She believed she could see. Unknown to himself, he was struggling against Helen. He had an assured, comrade-full way with women, the way of a boy. It was gone. A visit to a girl might mean nothing. After these resistances and the silence behind their questionings as they looked at each other, he might well ask why she wanted him to come. It was a bit disconcerting for the young man beside Cornelia. When she was back in the room, Cornelia threw herself on her couch and cried. What a great victory she had won. David went about, filled with a new humility, a growing hatred of himself. Nearly 2 years it was since he had seen in a streetcar a small girl and walked through a world suddenly shriveled. What after that? He too had shrunken and grown like the world, so that once more the world seemed right for him. Now another change. The world was gone altogether. None of its tortured standards near him any more to measure him and call what he was good. He stood naked in a sort of psychic space. He saw how soft, how idle, how small was his soul. It came to David how he hated himself and how he was so full of this defeat upon him that he could love no person and could have kind thoughts nowhere. All his senses were caught up in this tangle of himself. He felt he must grow far beyond the lowness where he now stood, to look with free eyes again upon another. Tom was there, however. Tom was a part of himself, a part, then, of that he must detest. David called on Miss Daintree. He went there and was silent. It seemed a place, wide like clear air, where he could look on himself. He had no sense of her. He said to her, "Why do you ask me to come again? I'm not amusing. I've nothing to give you." And she, "Come next week." "What night next week can you come?" He did not understand, but he was at a pass where even this element of not understanding could not much hold him. He was not interested in Miss Daintree. He was wrapped in a hateful inner spectacle. What he needed was calm and clarity and strength to look at himself. This he found sitting in the room with her, and her few words glowing steadfast over his eyes like candles. So he came. She invited him to dine. When he entered the drawing-room, he felt he was late, and they were waiting for him. Dr. Westerling was there. A slight, small man with a limp stepped forward from his chair, and as David took his hand, he liked him. Mr. Judson Daintree. Mrs. Daintree had a cordial smile. It was all strange to David, this warmth, this kindness. He could not understand it. He felt a cloud over the face of Conrad Westerling, and the doctor's will dispersing it till it was gone. The struggle and stress of this he thought he could better understand. Mrs. Daintree was saying to him, "Won't you take Helen down, Mr. Markand?" And there was Westerling offering the precedence through the door to a Miss Sophie Lawrence, who seemed very heavy and stupid. All of these pretty ways were disconcerting, since they hid something, David felt, and he knew not what. He became part of the round table, feeling himself apart, and feeling Mrs. Daintree at his left smile and be warm to him. David was eager to move himself away, just so he could truly see that he was part of this bright round table. Miss Daintree smiled at him as at an accomplice. "These are my family," she seemed to tell him. He was at ease. He was unafraid of silence. So was Miss Daintree. He said to himself, "I'm sitting here quietly silent, just like Miss Daintree." "Well, Mr. Markand, I understand you are musical. You play the piano?" asked Mrs. Daintree. Quite abruptly she put her inapposite questions. "Do have some more of the fish? I imagine you feel quite like a New Yorker." She left him alone. All of them left him alone. He was of them all. They tightened into a unit. They became a family. They discussed some family event, or listened with a sort of mystic understanding to unleavened words from Miss Lawrence, whom they seemed fond of, as one is fond of one's own foibles. In these gusts of attention away from him, David was comfortable. It seemed to him that Dr. Westerling was not. There was a fragility about Mr. Daintree. The skin was translucent and tight under the upstanding wave of his grey hair. The blue eyes were far in from the white tufts of his brow. His hands were very small. Even sitting there and taking the plate from the maid and thanking her, and listening with respect to the prattle of Miss Lawrence, David felt that he was a little man who limped. Intelligent. Why did he have the sense of conflict between his intelligence and his gentility, the sense of his head bowing? In another way, Mrs. Daintree was slight. She had a freckled smile, and the puffs of her brown hair blew out the laughter of eyes. She was satisfied, it seemed to David, with the perpetual courtliness of her husband. Against their mood he felt Dr. Westerling veering stiffly. He wondered if this was why he felt this grain of resistance in them all against the doctor. "Why then do they have him to dinner? But why do they have me?" He was a stranger, more so than Conrad Westerling, yet he was taking the soft patter of Miss Lawrence less to heart. Could this possibly be of importance? The door had opened. "Come in, Hope." Her mother spied her. "You may say good night." A little girl stepped carefully through shadows that lay from the door to the bright table under its hood of electric lights. She dashed swiftly to her father and jumped into his lap. She hid her face. "I said you might come in, Hope, to say good night." Hope faced about and smiled with a mischievous triumph. She had had at least this moment from her mother's precept. Her father placed her firmly on her feet. "This is my youngest," Mrs. Daintree explained to David. "I believe you have never seen her. Hope, dear, don't you want to say good evening to Mr. Markand?" "Why am I so little surprised?" said David to himself. What was there growingly strange in this quiet night? Does she remember me? He felt the hollowness of nervous strain as the little girl of the car came up to him, held out her hand. "I know you already," she announced, quite clear and high. "Oh, do you?" said Mrs. Daintree. "I know you also," David spoke to Hope. Their words caused no great interest. Doubtless on one of the occasions when he had been there before they had met. In the lack of concern the two felt protection. She took his hand. He looked into her eyes. They were not quite so dimpled. She tossed her head and withdrew her hand and left him. David watched her giving the same hand to Dr. Westerling, watched her embrace her sister with a burst of fondness, watched her recoil from the clumsy hug of Miss Lawrence. He tried to believe that what she had given to him was secret and different. She was gone. He felt at home in this strange house. He felt intimate deeply with this little girl whom he had watched for a moment out of their wide lives in a public car. He accepted her in this house as he accepted physical laws of life. Miss Daintree had ears where they should be, and they heard what they should hear when he spoke words to her. So this warm home had the little girl whom he had loved, had his comfort. He did not fathom how now his love for Hope was a quieter thing. He accepted, didn't we, miracle? So he thought. He had looked on the girl of the car with less intimacy after all. Intimacy was the denier of quiet. Words were the denier of knowing. Was he comfortable, intimate? What was he here in this relevant night? She led out of the room where he sat embraced with Miss Daintree. Did she lead forth him? Whither? Who was she, after all? Dr. Westerling had an uncomfortable smile or an abstract frown when he was quiet. Mrs. Daintree remarked this. She found she could better leave David to himself. He did not mind. Wherever the talk was, and for whom, he listened pleasantly. She must pay attention to Dr. Westerling the more, since she realized that her daughter did not seem to care if he was at ease or no. A strange, unwanted character in Helen. There must be a reason for her willed indifference, at bottom flattering to the doctor. He was there invited. Anything from Helen not properly pleasant was flattering. Mrs. Daintree had respect for those who had the respect of her daughter. She plied him with questions. She could not hold his interest. The words each of them called forth died out like a too short fuse. Mr. Daintree looked about the table. He saw that Westerling was being bored by the questions of his wife. He took umbrage neither for her nor against him. He was a quiet man, accepting the world's clashes. "I suppose you are only waiting, Doctor," he said, "to take up your practice as a specialist." "I never intend to practice," Westerling replied. There was an emphatic note in his voice that brought silence over the table. Helen looked at him proudly. She knew the integrity of his mind. She knew her father's would meet it and be pleased. Always she was saying to herself and to certain of her friends, "I have great respect for Dr. Westerling's mind." "Oh?" questioned Mr. Daintree. "You see, sir," Westerling went on, smiling with a new satisfaction that showed how exclusively his satisfaction dwelt in knowledge, in discussion, in release from the naked domain of emotion. "You see, when I graduated from medical school 8 years ago, and from the hospitals here and abroad, a strange revelation had come to me. I had lost faith absolutely in the practice of medicine." Mr. Daintree was a good listener, a stern one. He bowed his head judicially. Westerling talked exclusively to him, but loudly, so that his consciousness of others' ears must have gone to the volume of his voice. Perhaps it occurred to David he was trying within this little cozy table to address the world. It was a problem to face, let me assure you, like one who graduates into the priesthood, perhaps, and finds he no longer believes in the divinity of Christ. Harder, much harder, I suppose, since in medicine the regime of study is terrific. He said these words coldly. He seemed to avoid a tone which might bring sympathy, conviction. He had no eye for the faint shadow over Mrs. Daintree's face at his allusion to Christ. "But how do you mean you lost faith?" asked Mr. Daintree. "I had believed myself devoted to a science. I found that the present practice of medicine, the practice of medicine as it must be today in lack of science, is an empiric, fraternal order." Mrs. Daintree gasped. "I'm convinced that most of the therapeutic practices which occupy so overwhelming a part of the work of the doctor must go." "No, I don't know. To be replaced by what? But the principle of introducing specific drugs into the system to right specific maladies, right wrongs. I know it is false. Some day most of our medical practice will be regarded as medieval, quite as we look on the humours and the cuppings of the 16th century leeches. But there is nothing known to take the place of these medicines, nothing established. Then until such time must we not use what we have? Doubtless we must, sir. Westerling spoke with a certain condescension, but I cannot devote my life to the application of guesswork and patchwork, which I am convinced is altogether based on erroneous premises. As sweeping as that, superlatives, absolutes, all tendencies toward violence brought out in Mr. Daintree the deprecatory smile. Yes, the sole sound future of medicine must rest on the discovery of principles beneath effects which we call physical and mental life, principles the pursuit of which will make the introduction of alien curative elements into our bodies simply absurd. I'm referring not only to medicines, but to vaccines, antitoxins, surgical makeshifts. The true curative elements of life must be inherent in us. Somehow we have lost them. I'm convinced the reason is that we have lost certain unconscious principles of behavior in which they are implicit. I'm convinced that drugs are superstition. But bacilli, the troublemakers, pleaded Mr. Daintree, harmless to the properly ordered organism, immune to anything so isolated as the effect of drugs. We are subject to germ diseases, I am sure, because we are not masters of our independence of them. I'm sure that some day it will seem as absurd to introduce drugs into our systems in order to kill bugs as it would be now to say prayers in order to drive out devils. But the devils don't exist. I'm not so sure of that. The instruments don't exist, as they do for bacilli, for seeing devils. Mr. Daintree was dazed by what seemed the man's veering from pure science to superstition. "You're a bacteriologist," exclaimed Miss Daintree, sensing her father's state. "I'm working to find out what disordered conditions of our tissues and organs give the bacteria their chance. The pernicious ones, or rather, what conditions develop the pernicious ones, for that is essentially what our bodies have done. I'm interested in nothing else." Helen felt there was no answer. Dr. Westerling was interested in no answer. She kept silent. "Well, we do need doctors," contributed Mrs. Daintree. "Fortunately, not all doctors refuse to help the world like you, Dr. Westerling." A faint sneer crept over the young man's features. It covered a hurt. David alone saw the hurt. Mr. Daintree answered the sneer. "Yes," he said, "we must get on with the drugs while you have yet to prove we can get on without them." "Don't you believe in any of our curative or preventive service?" asked Helen Daintree. "Honestly, it is all nonsense." "All of it?" She was withdrawing, but Westerling had a truth, and he must pursue it first. "I'm sure modern practice has done more harm than good. Operations clean up appendicitis, we know that. What we scarcely guess is how many nervous systems, kinetic systems, circulatory systems are wrecked by successful operations. I'd always thought the American surgeons were great scientists." "They are great virtuosi," declared Westerling. "Yes, but virtuosi should practice on pianos." He was very excited. He said no word of his own doubts. He said no word of his vast sacrifice which his unproved convictions had forced upon him. He could have become rich in the practice of medicine. No one knew this better than Conrad Westerling. No one more than this Jew of sensitive family and depleted means loved the luxury and the freedom of money. All his life he would labor at an insignificant salary because of the depth of his sense of service. A true poet of science, but of all this he said no word. He could not. To one person he needed to say all this, the person he loved, to Helen. But until she said that she loved him, he could not even to her. The strategy of showing his better self, of gaining her allegiance to his cause in order to help win her, was beyond him. Speaking stridently and harshly now, it was his need of tenderness and his deep respect for the tenderness of Helen that spoke. The Daintrees could not know this, could not quite conceal their shrinking from him. It was not a question of right, it was a matter of taste. A too passionate devotion to an ideal was an untoward display. It was out of place, quite as would be a too naked display of devotion to a woman. This stern, stiff man was at work, perhaps, wiping away an entailed incubus upon the life of man. But he lacked amenity. Their nerves told him this. Their minds hinted that he had intellect and courage, but like all proper people, what their nerves ordered came first. David had liked his words. They excited him. He had understood them less than Mr. Daintree or than Helen, but he had visioned more. What came into him was precisely the personal anguish, the personal immolation, though he could not configure them beneath his antagonizing words. He saw also Helen's shrinking from the violence of those words, as if they laid hands on her, threatened to exclude all others and possess her. It seemed that Helen did not want to be possessed by truth. It must be something warmer, something smaller perhaps, that would possess her. So David felt the true content of Westerling's words. They held a burden of great courage, a plea of love. These he was really offering to her. These she would not accept. David walked a few blocks to the car with Westerling. He held out his hand. "I like what you said at dinner. Oh, so much, Doctor." He wanted to say far more. "Do you?" Westerling looked sourly, haughtily at him, as if David were trying to hurt him. With a stiff body too erect, he shook David's hand, dropped it with a gesture of completion. "Good night." So David could not go on. But he went to Cornelia, to whom he knew he could speak. "I don't think," he said, "I'm going back ever again to see Miss Daintree." Cornelia's heart stopped its beat. "I'm glad." "I am. No, I can't be glad." Sense and will turmoiled against each other. David saw her sitting quiet there, looking at him. It was quite natural, he thought, that she could not understand. He had come to tell her. It came to him. She must think it funny that I should tell her this. What can it matter to Cornelia? Cornelia, feeling he would go on, and that for this he had come, and that himself would tell her what to do, began to go deeper into his coming. He had sought her out. This was rare, for a rare incentive. He had sought her out because he needed to talk about Helen. To no one else could he talk. From no one else could he hope for the persuasion he wanted to send him back to her. Here was a problem that hurt him. She could smooth it. For this he had run to her. When she had done her part, he would leave her and go back to Helen. He would live and play once more. "What is it, Davy?" she asked aloud. She was ready for her part. "I'm not good enough for her, Cornelia. Good enough to come to her when she could soothe him. Not good enough for Helen." "How do you know that, David?" "Because I know someone who is. Conrad Westerling is good enough for Helen. I admire him immensely. I know he loves her. I know it hurts him when I am there. I've seen that. Why should I hurt him, Cornelia?" "But what about Helen Daintree? Why shouldn't she love him? He is strong and courageous. He has wonderful ideas. His whole life, I feel that, is nothing but his ideas. She should love him." "Is there room for Helen in one so full of ideas?" "He loves her, so there must be. She does not love him, so perhaps there isn't." Cornelia looked at him, blushing. "She does not love him, David. What is it to you? Can you make her love him, David, by staying away?" David's blush was crimson. I don't mean that. No, I don't know what I mean." He began pulling at his handkerchief with nervous fingers. Cornelia steeled herself. Yes, she could. She laughed at him. "Why, you funny person, you funny, quixotic David." A pause. "Or are you merely awfully conceited? Answer me then. How will your staying away help the lost cause of David Westerling?" David bit his lip, turned pale, looked at his twitching fingers. "I am a fool, am I not, Cornelia? You must go on seeing Helen. Your staying away now would be offensive. What right have you to fight another man's battle against Helen? Don't you see how presumptuous it all is? She knows best what she wants, David darling, not only of Dr. Westerling, but of you also. Westerling is a noble man who has worked and done things. You will do things also. I won't let you slight yourself. That's slighting your friends. If you are good enough for me, and for Helen also," she found something near the playful smile she wanted, "must you not be good for something?" "Cornelia, I don't understand her wanting ever to see me." He was very mute and very timid, looking at his hands. "And who are you to judge? What do you know of Dr. Westerling and of yourself? Live, David. Spread out like a tree. Then we shall all know what you are." David got up. "There." She came up to him close. She took his head in her two hands. "Are you convinced?" He shook his head, and her hands moved with it. Since her plan had been found, and she knew that it was working, there was peace in Cornelia. Her way with David was the way of a mother. She knew how this birth and this life had rendered her, what it had cost her in blood and anguish. So is the mother peaceful, knowing this, with her unknowing child. She took her toll of him like a mother also. She held his cheeks with her hands, and she drew him down and kissed him. And you see, don't you, why you can't stop so suddenly from going to see her? What would she think? The offence and the pain. Yes, David, the pain, if you stayed away." He went back to Helen Daindry. He went again and again. Cornelia had settled and given him what he desired. There was reason no longer for seeing Cornelia. Spending his quiet evenings with Helen, he did not see the doctor. He forgot him. He was ashamed, as Cornelia had cleverly made him, of the conceited presumption that he could help his cause by staying away. He came, therefore, feeling nothing but peace, wanting the right to feel no other thing, for in peace he came to himself, and what he sought above all else was this: coming to Helen and sitting there beside her. It was easier somehow. But it was easier most of all to look at Tom and know he hated him, and know that they must part. They had gone on living together. The silence about them, holding them in, was stiff and frozen. David went no longer to Flores. He wandered about the city, seeing nothing until his legs ached, and then he went to bed. He found that he needed more sleep than he had needed in years. There was a constant weighing soreness in his body. His head was heavy. His thoughts pushed through some clotted substance in his mind with a swerving pain. Often his eyes ached, often his food did not agree with him, yet he was hungry. He needed great sleep, great food. After sleep he was heavy. After food he was often sick with heartburn. He was like a pregnant woman. He went about loaded and diminished. His thoughts delineated no true objective world. What came with any sharpness into the mist of his mind he hated. Thus Tom. What soothed his dwelling in these mists he courted. Thus Helen Daindry. His sleep also was strange. It was dreamless. When he closed his eyes, he dropped almost at once into a profound close pit whose blackness held him moveless. When he woke, it was some force far down where he had been that had spewed him up. His brow aching and his body churned with a great dizzy distance. He attended to work. There was always enough mental energy for that. In fact, his work was his savior. It took him out of himself, but not upon some shattering objective world, shrunken and tortured and congested, like that by which he had once measured himself and found that he was good. It took him out of himself into an easy world of conventions and abstractions, where figures had the relief of ineluctable laws, where there were fixed commodities like tobacco and freight rates, where men were sure machines of buying and selling, where values and credit could be determined. A sweet, imagined, malleable world, the world of business, in which each day for a few hours David took refuge. Another such world he now rediscovered and frequented. He had greatly neglected his violin. Always he had played without consistency, and now he did not play at all. It must have been painful and intrusive to make music of one's own, so David let the dust gather on his instrument and the strings break. It was different with the world of the music of others. David began to go to concerts, chiefly orchestral concerts. He did not care for the virtuosi. He detested opera. The symphony of 80 upraised voices, marvelously artificial, essenced, and controlled, swung him at once into a distant land. These worlds of the violins and horns and celli were also concise and constrained. Their ecstasy was a comfortable unit as compared with the vast vagueness of a city street. In a way far more grandiose, music was a release like business for David. With violent wrenching of his nerves, he forced himself to look at his dear friend. This, after all, was Tom, whom he had loved, who had found him at his advent into the life of the city and into life itself. This was that friend who had opened his mind, loosed his tongue, and made him not too bitterly mourn his mother. This was Tom who, when he was ill, had nursed him, and he had been so sure had loved him, whom now, with straining nerves, he tried to see clear through a strange hot haze about them. Tom sat there reading. No, he was not reading. His head was bowed over the book, but his eyes were away. He was very graceful there in his rocking-chair, with a leg thrown over the other knee, and the gentle line of his sharp shoulders drooping down to his chin. Tom, his best friend. David looked on him with a great love. What a clear, clean face he had. David knew that the thinning hair, so faint above his high, square brow, was soft like silk, that his eyes, if he saw them now, would be dim with a moisture he could not let be tears. And the old gnarled hands, the hands of one who struggled stintlessly and was master. What was there wrong in Tom? Sitting across the room they had once chosen with such joy together. The sun is there, Davy. Think of that rare god, the sun. He will visit us each morning and stay all day. Was it not hard for him to look on the years that intervened and that were somehow wrong? Why was not life the simple thing it had appeared? They had gone singing a song together. It was not right that it should end in tears. But now there was new strength in David, a new vantage point he seemed mystically to have gained, where he could clamber up and look about him. Often he had gone so far, beating with regretful wings against a perverse reality that prisoned him no less. No less. Now it was less indeed. If he came again to the conclusion at whose brink he had stood so often, now he could follow it. No bar between him and what he decided to do. If Tom was false, and a false friend, he would step over the brink. Gracefully Tom sat there, and he was sure in David that if ever he had loved, this was the loved one. There had been women whom he had embraced, close of kin who had housed him. This was a mere comrade, a mere fellow man. His hand clasp was strongest of all. But also there was life. How little he knew of life. What a sweet hedged delirium was music, what a close cabin his affairs downtown. Tom had taught him life. Life of a sort Tom gave him now, as had his mother. What if he must be born again, away as once from her? He had lived in a sweet dream. One walked along a road. At times it was garlanded in fields. At times it rose between jagged heights, or dropped beside the spume and the roar of waters. A road clear and straight, and one could walk it. Here he had met Tom. They had joined hands. They would walk the road together, the steady road, the fleeting dream wherein he walked, for here was no such road at all. How could one be sure of a hand clasped at one's side? Which were the fields, and which the mountains, and which the torrents? In their delirious tangle, where was the road? Tom had poisoned him. Tom had lied to him. Tom led him into ugly places. Tom had a laughter that did not mean joy, and tears that bespoke sorrow of a sort he could not give his heart to. A merry world, a horrible world. He needed to blot it out. It was so packed a frenzy of maze and quicksand that if he did not draw himself away, he must become a part of its frenzy, a mere whirling molecule in its tortuous falsehood. Let Tom go his own way. Let him be. David found what he was doing. There was his place of vantage to which he could swing, and there was he clambering up to it. He was leaving Tom behind. They had a talk. Tom looked silently and long at David. He was very sweet, and like the Tom David would never have left in his silence. Then he said, "David, I hope that whatever you do, you will not marry a good and beautiful woman." He seemed very tired to David. The old fire was there, but it was moveless under a cloud that would not break. David had no thought of marrying anyone. No plan was farther from his consciousness. He smiled rather confidently. Therefore he was interested. Why? Because if you marry that sort, it will be almost impossible for you to break away. Why, Tom, if one married, should one want to break away? Marriage has this dreadful about it, David. It is life for a woman to be married, death for a man. How is that possible, if it is good for one? What a discord you make of the world. Tom laughed. The fire parted the cloud. What is the world but just such unending discord? Look at the world. Is it a sweet, harmonious place? The one harmony it knows is an infinite texture of just such deathless conflicts, of just such tragic sacrifice of individual lives to its cruel rhythms. David was silent. Tom, the bearer of life, was once more before him. He felt that Tom might well be true in his words. He had not altogether left the road of his dream. Tom went on. He had been silent and distant. He had made, for a long time, no advances to David. He had left him alone. Now in the silence of David he saw his old art upon him, caught the flare of that past when he had taught and given and David had received. He had no power against this haunting past which he loved. He went forward to recapture it. Blindly he went like an insect toward a fire. David, he spoke with an incomprehensible passion that shriveled his face. David, I would rather see you married to a whore than to a woman who is beautiful and strong. Already he was afraid, burned perhaps. He swerved away. Though it broke your heart, it would be less dangerous. You would escape. Comfort and happiness alone you will be helpless against. He stopped. He looked at David. He saw how different this was which had happened after his words from what had always happened. David was calm. He was away. Tom had lost him. David went on with his visits to Helen Daindry. He found he was telling her all the little things that filled his days and nights, the little nothings. I don't know where I walked, he said. It was very noisy, I know, but it all seemed so quiet. There was a silence in the men and women. It seemed as if there was a silence in them, and they were scurrying about so fast to get away from it. But the silence clung. You spend very little time at home. Yes, he said, shaking his head. Don't you care to read? I don't seem to now. Why, David, I do not want to be at home. When I am home, I go to bed, even if it is only 9 o'clock." And then there was a pause. "You do not seem," she said, "to be very fond of the company of your friend." He shook his head again, looked away. It was not needful long. Again he saw her. He was very easeful and relaxed. He made no effort to talk or to conceal when he was with her. She was a sweet impersonal presence. It was good of her to let him come so often. He had no sense within his vision of himself in the world, of her who was a woman beside him. One time, after a great quiet, she said, "Why, since these things are so, do you not live alone?" Her words were part of the quiet. They did not break it. They were very calm and very quiet indeed, so they entered into David. He had not answered her. Often he sat so still, and when he spoke it was upon some other theme. She never spoke these words again. It was spring. David got up very early from his bed. He went into their large room. It slumbered restlessly there. He looked out of the window. A great mist was before his eyes. A great mist lay in the street. He could not see the street and the opposite houses. It was a great white mist, warm and rolling away, the mist of morning. He looked toward the east. There, dim in the white, were the trees of the little square. Above them he saw the sun, a gleam, swathed in the vapors. He went back to bed and to sleep. When he woke, he was rested. He was very warm. Under his sheet he had perspired. Under his flesh he was cool and rested as he had not been in a long time. He returned to the large room and looked once more out of the window. The sun was a naked flame, jewelling the sky. The trees of the little park were shrill with green, and the moisture sang on them like tinkling glass. Tom came in. David said to him, "Tom, I think I want to go away and live alone." Tom was haggard in the sunlight. His eyes were hot and rimmed in shadows. He nodded. "Of course, Davy," he said. "Go now if you want to. I shall be glad to keep the place." The two friends looked at each other. David wanted to take Tom's hand. He wanted to cry. Tom stood there, stiff, graceless for once, and did not help him. Thus easy it had come, like leaves on the tree in spring, like sun out of the mists of dawn. David thought very little about it. He went on going to see Helen. He took his trunk and his books and his violin and moved them into an ample furnished room on the west side. He was to have a bathroom of his own. He would be comfortably fitted out. On the last day he held out his hand. He said, "My trunk will be called for today, Tom. I've taken a room." He gave Tom the address, which he had written on a piece of paper. Tom took it between his thumb and finger. "Thank you, David." He had not looked at it. Mrs. Lario came in behind a large tray that held their breakfast. Quickly she set the table. She laid a newspaper longitudinally folded beside each plate. She left. Tom and David sat down to their last breakfast. Usually they read their papers. It helped to stem the arid draught of their silence. Now they placed their papers unread away. Tom looked at David. He made no effort to speak. His temper was pulsing. David was trying to eat. He looked at his food. He leaned back in his chair, and also his thoughts seemed to incline away. He said to himself, "I must be natural. What am I doing?" He found that he could not eat his breakfast. He had a swallow of water, a spoonful of oatmeal. He could taste what he had eaten. It seemed to be still in his mouth. He raised his head and looked at Tom. For an instant they saw each other. A terror came upon David, a great pain. He could not bear this. Was this not his friend whom he was leaving? For whatever reason, to whatever end, this was Tom, and he loved him. And he was cutting an artery that throbbed with blood. He could not linger. He felt himself being swept toward a sort of precipice. He was afraid. It was as if he held in his hands some precious life, and he and it were being entranced toward the brink. Every vein in his head beat hard against his going, cried for his moving. He got up. He was trembling. Tom smiled no longer. There was a passion in his eyes, as if this getting up of David were some fatal execution he had awaited and steeled himself to meet. His face was bloodless. "Goodbye, Tom." David put out his hand. Tom took it. He held it limply. Then he pressed it hard. "Goodbye, boy," he said. Helen Daindry had a friend, my young friend, she called her, with just a touch of condescension, a girl who had studied the violin abroad with the greatest masters and who was once more in New York. She was to make her official bow in the fall. Helen Daindry asked a few of her friends to come and hear her. "I've invited Cornelia," she said to David. "Will you call for her and bring her?" David had not seen Cornelia more than twice in the past 3 months. He had not seen her once of his own initiative. When she asked him to come, he obeyed. He always would. Despite himself, he had the feeling for her that a young man might have for a maiden aunt. He was deeply, even ideally fond of her, but she seemed to live in another world. There was no way of contact nor of expression for his fondness. Since he was living alone, he had not seen her at all. She greeted him when he came, as usual, cordially, with no hint of the empty months without him. Her eyes no longer searched him with hot, comfortless inquiries. It was as if she had done everything she could to be acceptable to David. She was quite ready. "Just a minute while I throw on my cloak. It's very warm, isn't it? It isn't going to rain?" "I don't think so. It's a glorious night." "A glorious night. Do you think we have time to walk a little?" He watched her finally settling her hair before the mirror. She was dressed up in a slim white gown. She was ugly. Her head outweighed her body. It gave her a gaunt and naked look in her white dress. The yellow skin of her face broke the paltry shimmer of her gown into green and gray. "I'm afraid," said David, "we might be late if we walked." "Very well." She came up to him and smiled. "Come." She opened the door. "Well, Davy, tell me how you have been." It was hard for him to speak. It was impossible for him to smile as he wished to. Cornelia seemed inadequate to his young hunger. He was angry at himself for this. He owed her better. He was not a very good and loyal friend, he supposed. Tom was right in what he said, however wrong in what he was. He walked beside Cornelia to the car through the sweet May night, and in order to hold himself beside her and take her arm at the crossing, he needed to forget her. On the top floor of the house of the Danedrys was a wide, quiet room which Helen had fitted out for her own. Its easy spaces were conserved and rounded by the uncluttered furniture. Nothing was large and ponderous to defeat them. 2 lamps stood wide away on little tables. Their low light brought out the warm, dark stroke of the couch and absorbed the rugs. The grey walls had a retreating texture. The guests sat very hushed and hidden in the shadows and the music. A tall girl swayed by the piano. She was raw-boned and gaunt above the light of the lamp, her docked hair flung away from the sheer, strong forehead. She played with a restraint that burned. It was her restraint that she flung circling and lowering from her sharp shoulders down upon the hidden guests. The guests sat suddenly tamed, suddenly cowed. They were the world to David, a motley mass made one by the dark and the music that would rise up again and be a tearing thing against his life. Now they were breathing hard. Something had shut them up in their own narrow breasts. The girl stepped toward them, away from the piano. The piano was silent. Hugh, who had sat at it and followed her mood, who had trailed like a wake in a muffled sea upon her passage, was now withdrawn. The girl stood like one naked above the room. The music she had played and the guests lay trammeled spirits at her feet. She moved and stepped upon them. She lifted her violin to play alone. It was Bach she was playing. She was a sharp, high figure cutting the dark room. Her violin was a hard creature that sobbed and was soft. She and her violin and the huddled life of the world within the room were the music that was Bach. As she played, she moved up and down. She was very free with her sweeping arm and her long legs, walking as she played. From her freedom came an uttered law and fell upon them all. They were struck by the clear strokes of her playing and her walking up and down. They were showered in the fire of this molten music. David recaptured himself. He seemed to be sitting in a black pool of life. All of the lives of these about him were one. They were melted together. They had no being apart. They had no light. They were a black pool, stirless. Now he felt somewhere still a glow, under the black hush and above the strokes of the music. His senses went seeking a glow that he felt somewhere still. He sat on a couch. Next him a woman, next her a man. The music flooded and beat, and these had no life against it. They were a dim base on which the music dwelt. Still he knew that this glow he felt was real and was near. It was a presence to him. His eyes wandered to find it. Against the music and himself in the room, his eyes went, seeking the magic more real than the music whereby he might come to life. They found. She was sitting far back at the other end of the couch. She was lost in the black pool of the room as no one else, so that he could not see her. Yet David knew her, glowing alone, and knew what precious thing this was which he had found in the world. Once more, and as never before, it came to him that he had never known her, that he had never seen her. She was hidden there with her true magic, in a false, real world, and he could not know her now, nor see her, but he knew that he wanted to know her, and that he wanted to see her. He sat with a new quiet, holding him tenderly. The girl played on. A passionate fantasy flooded forth from the round mouth of the violin. It rocked the room. It tore at these submerged ones living there, and shredded them in its measured frenzy. But David was quiet and sure. The world was a mad, wild place for this moment dominioned, the music lashing. It was also wild, and was sunless. It was a river buried under rocks of the earth and making them tremble. The glow he had found was a warm place where he would dwell. The girl had stopped. She was leaning over her violin. She was packing it away. The guests moved slow and uncertain, like the maimed creatures they were. Their voices were splinters of their broken selves. They began to leave. Cornelia stood near the door. She was looking for David. She saw him. She saw that he did not want to escort her home. Very dimly his conscience was stirring in his mind. If she disappeared, his conscience would go also. It would leave no trace. She was very shrunk and pitiful in the long swell of the music. She knew he must not see her another moment. His conscience might win, and he might take her home. He would never forgive her. She saw a new world in his eyes, turning his eyes from hers. She slipped out, and all the guests were gone. There was no one in the room save David, and this Helen he did not know. She stood there, straight and small, in the center of the room. She looked at him. He came to her. Everything he did was slow. He had a sense of an eternity in which he was about to step. The passions of his life seemed shivered fragments beside the steadfast vastness of this moment. She was near him now. He had her warm pervasion all about him. He put his arms around her waist. Her arms were stiff at her side as she leaned faintly back from the pressure of his hands. Her face turned upward, so he drew her in until her mouth was his. Cornelia was home. Straight she went into her little bedroom and lit the gas. She looked at herself in the mirror. Her face was pale, but a dim flush flowered her cheeks. Her eyes were wide and deep with a dry passion. She looked at herself aloud. She said, "This is I. This is Cornelia Renard." Her voice ceased. She went on speaking. "I'm beautiful. For one time, I'm beautiful. If he could see me now." It was so. It was a pity he could not see her now. She turned away. She took off her dress carefully. She smoothed out its folds. She placed it away. She had a house gown of warm quilted silk brocade. It was brown. She put it on. She fastened it tight about her and made the belt sure about her waist with a knot. She went to her desk and sat down. She took a calendar date book and laid it before her. There was an engagement inscribed for the following Sunday. The rest of the days were blank. She began to write. Sunday, prepare sketch for the Trenton Fountain. Evening, Perses for dinner. Tuesday, ask Mr. Bailey about Philadelphia. Friday, Jack and Clara to tea. She filled 10 days with her mental notes of engagements. When she had done so much, suddenly she grasped the book in her 2 hands as if to tear it. Her hands stopped in suspense. Her face turned upward. "It has to be," she said once more aloud. "It is a lie. What is a lie?" She was smiling. "Cornelia," she tenderly spoke, almost maternally to herself, "when one does a thing, do it well." She laid the date book open at the center of the desk. With a swift thrust she opened the drawers. She closed them. No, there was nothing there to be concealed. She was up. She smiled. Once more she took a pencil and turned the pages of the book to a day 2 weeks away. She wrote, "Ask David to dinner." Then she straightened and crossed the room. A batch of painted sheets were in her arms, her watercolors, her incomprehensible confessions. She laid them forth on the table, looked long at them. They were very lovely, these delirious designs, these flauntings of form and color. Color rose in them to form. Form faded and died away to the realms of color. But she looked at them and shook her head. They meant nothing to her. "What nonsense!" she breathed. "Then perhaps some of my statues may live. That first bronze." She swept the sketches back into her arms. She thrust them into the hearth. It was cold and black. In a moment it blazed. But the sheets burned slowly, imperfectly. The fire went out. She had to scatter them and work upon them and light them several times with many matches before they were ash. At last it was done. Stubborn confessional. She laughed at the dull papers that had not wanted to die. She turned out the light and went once more into the bedroom. She opened the window wide. The balmy night swept over her head into the room. Street slumbered. Beautiful lines of the street seemed broken into curves. Its hard stillness rose now and swayed, fell murmuring beyond her eyes. Cornelia leaned heavy on her arms. She could feel the weight of her body against her elbows. This was the night, and this was the world. The one world she had ever known. The one night also. Why had all of it been? She saw herself. She must have been above and beyond herself. She saw herself from the back. She was leaning there, a slender girl out of the window. She was a narrow form, swathed in warm brown silk brocade, with a neck that was a little too long for such slight shoulders, and her elbows ached, and the window framing her led into the world. It was a round place. It went twirling about in interminable ether. It flung near blazing monsters like the sun, that also were lost in the black. blind spaces, so that their conflagrations were sparks flecking the universal slumber. Upon this twirling ball was life. Everywhere she looked was life. One spot of earth was a city of creation. One drop of water was a multitudinous welter. Here, somehow, she could look beyond herself and the window and the gyring city. She could see the world and the stars and the sun lost like specks in the universal slumber. This was her yearning. Let her sleep. She was tired. Let her be one with slumber beyond creation. Out of slumber creation had come, creation which was a scum of eggs on a black flower. Let her brush it away. Let her brush it clean. What she yearned was a thing more sure and real than the world. Her eyes went out from behind where she stood yearning, past the world in a flash, so small it was, past the stars that were dim above houses. The black nothing was all. The stirrings of suns were flecks upon glow of black spaces. She leaned there and yearned and argued. She could not move. She sobbed dryly. She stayed there long. Then, in dim eyes, she left the window. She threw herself upon the bed. She fell asleep. She woke. It was very dark. About her was nothing. About her was no obstruction. She was aware of her breathing, as of an intruder. She rose from her bed. All of the weight was within. All of the clutter was within. All of the pain was within. She moved outside herself with a vast, sweet freedom, for outside her was nothing. She went to the window and jumped out. How long David had held Helen in his embrace he did not know. It was almost like sleep, measureless. Now waking from her arms, he felt her there like a world in which he dwelt. She was drawing herself away. She took his hand. "You must go now, dear," she said. "It is late, you know." She smiled up into his serious, dazed face. "You will come tomorrow to dinner, will you not?" Still he said nothing. He was looking beyond her. "I'm so eager to have my family really know you." End of chapter 14. End of The Dark Mother by Waldo Frank.